All right, let's take a look at this. So you can see that the footage itself is it's actually pretty workable. The thing is that there's like a disk behind it that's confusing it. So this would be a scenario where I might use um, a at least a like an in paint of that disk that's there, just to not have it generate any sort of distracting element. The thing is that this is only one render of it. We can force it to have more movement, less movement. It I'll show you guys how that works here in a minute. But let's go to our next video here. I'm just going to download them and just open them up because I don't think the subject matter is going to get us in trouble at all here. Um, that is awesome. Wow. Okay, we already have a subtle head tilt here, so that's actually pretty usable. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun, y'all. I'm just gonna jump in here and say like, yeah, let's make a music video today. Let's just do it for all the way through. We'll see if I can do it. It's gonna be what is it now? It's 3:27. I barely drink any of my coffee. That's a good thing, by the way. Mm, and now I'll be able to kick this butt of a video, and maybe we'll even open Premiere and see if my computer doesn't burn down. But all right, we now let's check out the next one. And we can read through Lux's notes here and stuff. And you'll notice that in some of these results, there is going to be a lot of unprovoked movement, and that unprovoked movement we can manipulate ourselves here. So if I wanted to, I can actually hit the remix button on here, and we can now manually set that movement to 1 and hit submit, and that will drop the amount of movement that's inside of that footage. If I wanted to direct what happens in this scene, it's a gamble because there's no hand in it. But you could say grabbing the glass, and then a hand would come into the frame and try to grab the glass. So if we tried that really quick, picking up the glass, picking up the whiskey, let's just say whiskey so that we immediately tell it what we want. Picking up the whiskey, and we'll set the motion to 4. This is the maximum amount. So we'll see if that does anything on a later render. Let's open up the next one. All right, this is a pretty still shot of there's not a lot of activity in this, right? You could see that it tried to arbitrarily add camera in it. I'm not surprised that nothing really happens in this one. It at least traditionally the way that I would handle a shot like this that's supposed to be this kind of calm moment to the side of the character, and maybe you see the character a little bit broken through the mirror. The way I would handle this would be to put dust in the air, to put some sort of debris, right? So let's do that. Let's try to force that real quick. Let's say dusty debris in the air, and let's like what would be another. Let's do like because you don't want to say dense fog or anything like that because then it's going to look like a spooky cemetery. I would just say Western in there, and then we'll put a motion of 4. This is kind of dangerous for a shot that has no obvious point of motion because it's going to you're going to possibly just see random people running into the frame here. Um, and obviously there's no way for it to know like style matching. Oftentimes they become real life people, right? Because Pika I think is trained all off of like video footage and stuff. So it's a bit of a grab bag, but we can actually say that it's an anime or whatever. I don't want to do that yet. I just really want to see what we get with this. So we'll submit that. Now let's check out the next one. Oh, let me mute myself here. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, we have a little bit of a head bob. We have like a sip, like almost like it's not really a proper sip. It's more like the like a moment of interruption. That's what I would say. Like imagine there was a character to the left here, you know, that interrupted the scene. That would make sense for that little bit of a drop in the glass or whatever. So let's actually give it some direction here, but this time we're gonna base it off of Lux's notes here. So for this, I gotta minimize my browser here. We can actually find this shot in Lux's notes here, and she says, Vic continues to nurse his whiskey and smoke, lost in his thoughts. Okay, so let's do yeah, let's make sure that there is a mention of the because the more that we end up directing this stuff, the more likely that we're going to end up with stuff that really looks odd. Slash animate is amazing because it's using full image interrogation to determine what's the next frame as opposed to your direction. That's pretty cool. Ayo, Boozlegas in the house. It's like cell shaded 2.5. Hey, yeah. Thanks for joining, man. Yeah. I love this look. It's like this weird hybrid of classic anime. Um, like uh, in terms of like its composition and the characters, but like the actual colors and everything when you say cell shaded is like it has to do with the fact that it's hard for me to even describe. There's just this uniform brown tone to things that I really really dig here. She did a wonderful job with the color selection on here. I have to do so little work. It's great. All right, so let's go ahead and describe this a little bit then. Um, we will put uh uh drinking back the whiskey and you know uh bar smoke in the air. Let's just write that and see what we get. I won't even worry about doing a movement command yet. We'll just see what we get. All right, let's see this one here, and I'll mute myself real quick. Oh wow, it's like ready to duel. Duel. No, that's amazing. That's awesome. I would say this is an example of where I would either drop the movement a little bit because you can see how wiggly the cigarette is in there. But let's just re-roll that one as is, just to see what we get with it. And then also I'm going to do now a camera move. So we can write hyphen camera, and then I'm going to say zoom out. And we'll just see what outpainting does within Pico Labs to solve this close up because I'm very curious about that one. Okay, cool. Let's check out the next one. Oh yeah, let's see. Let's just check this out first and then I'll pop back in. What? What? No way. No. Hold on. Hold on. You got me like looking the other way. Hold on. Um I gotta unlock myself here. No, no, stop fiddling with the footage. I gotta lock this one. There we go. Streamlabs works with a bunch of locking and unlocking things, and it kind of annoys me. Okay, so I could flip myself actually here. Yeah, probably. Let's try that. Can I flip it? Let's see. Transform. Flip horizontally. Haha! Look at me. I'm reversed now. Okay, cool. I just really want to point out really quick that the camera wobble is perspective shifting a little bit. This is like I'm almost more blown away by the fact that the camera wobble is matching his movements, right? Uh, yeah, yeah, no, no, we this is awesome. Yeah, uh, we're making a movie. Okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna re-roll that one like 3 times because we don't have to do anything for that. Okay, let's go up to this next one here. Um, this is a profile of a more this is where I'm expecting some weirdness, and it has to do with the fact that there's there's no direction at this point, but it's also true. Like a lot of the humanoid elements that come out of Pico Labs, they work, right? But it's okay. What did he say here? Slime cleric. That was just image interrogation for the hat tilt. Yeah, yeah, 100%. All of that was I didn't write anything. None of these I wrote anything for. Um, so let me see why the chat's not coming. I know, right? What the hell? Let me just quickly figure out why there's no chat. Hold on. Where's the damn chat box? I'm gonna hide this real quick. Chat. Yeah, that should be it. Copy. And let me paste this on top real quick. Oh, you guys are hidden down there. That's why. Why are you hidden down there? All right. Boozle, can you write something? I just want to see if it comes up here. There we go. There you are. Um, I'll increase the size of that so that it's a little so you guys actually can be legible here. Okay, cool. Um, and let me actually set the background on that. Um, how do I set the translucency? Um, browser setting? Probably browser setting. Nope. I don't know how to do it. It doesn't matter. Okay. Um, yeah, this is sick. Now this particular render is bad. It's wobbly. It's all that kind of stuff. This is an example of where there's maybe you could interpret it like kind of like a drum set. You know, maybe the subtle movements like that. But we'll instead of downvoting it or anything like that, I'm just gonna move on for now, and we'll see what happens next. This image here has a graphic effect on it. It's like a white rim border on it. This is the least likely one to work because it doesn't really make sense. Um, like you see what happens here. We're no longer in animated land. Very quickly. But it's awesome that we're getting this like he's looking at camera. Yeah. But it's if you don't use this for anything but previs, it's fine. But like, I mean, if you only use this for previs, it's fine. But this is an example of someone going like, "What the hell?" Like, we'll move on from this one for now. And we got this here. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, the perspective is bad by the end of it, right? But we do have at least the start to the walk that we could use. Um, that's great. That is really great. Now this is an example too of where we can start to use the camera moves to kind of influence what is being said in the notes from Lux, right? So let's actually hop around and find that really quick here. Um, here, there we go. Should be there we go. As Vic walks down the narrow hallway towards the exit, it's as though he's leaving behind not just the bar, but also a chapter in his life. Ooh. Sorry, I'm good. I'm just gonna come in here real quick. I don't. Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm hidden behind the thing. Hold on. Uh, there I am. Okay. I don't mean to be condescending whenever I'm like, like Ooh, like I'm kind of pretending to be an audience member, right? I don't know, like it's kind of a fun way for me to do it, but I have been told to please stop doing it when I was doing reads before, like back in LA and stuff. So my bad on that. Okay. Ready to embrace whatever lies behind the door. All right, cool. So you know, we can use cameras to kind of evoke what she wrote here. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll go to remix and grab myself, pull it up. So yeah, at least you guys can see that. Um, and then I'll add camera zoom out, but you can also do like a rotate too, right? So if we wanted to do like a more Dutch angle or something like that, we can actually tell it to like rotate counterclockwise or anti-clockwise, stuff like that. But we'll just do a zoom out for now. Um, and with the zoom out, we can, we'll just leave that as is. Let's go to the next one. And okay, that's the first that's our first 10 renders, and we can actually go all the way back down and see our remixes that we've done so far. So let's download that. I'll move myself back a little bit. Yeah, gotta lock you guys down. Boop. There we go. Okay, let's take a look at what we got. So first, actually, should probably check chat here. Okay, we're good. We're good. And back to Pika. It's like it's kind of funny because this kind of captures also, it's Lux definitely like captured a really handsome man for Vic, and like, and that's awesome. I don't have any problems with that and stuff. It is kind of funny because there is a joke, an in joke, that I will be slowly unveiling to people that Vic, when he doesn't have anime on, is actually rather short. Um, like I wanted to essentially just be like, yeah, you can knock the anime out of him. Like if you punch him hard enough, especially if a traditional artist punches him hard enough, he'll you can knock the anime out of him and into somebody else. Like that, I want to play around with physics stuff like that. But we'll first start with our remix for this video actually, because that just finished up here. So let me cancel that. Oh, oh, yeah, save this, and then we'll open that up. So here's the zoom out. Wow, look at this little hop thing there. Um, Neat. And so we could give him some kind of direction to go on top of this too. There's some weird like panel movement from the walls as the outpainting kind of kicks in, right? Um, but I would highly recommend that that we kind of leave it with this one for now, just because, like, unless you guys have a suggestion, I'll take any suggestions in the chat of what to do for this. Also, I'll say this now too, just because I may not notice it inside the Discord chat, but if you do have something that you want me to render, right? Just message it in the Twitch chat here, because that's where my focus is now, and I won't see anything inside of the text, other Discord channels, at least for the time being. So let's go to the next video. All right. So with this one, we didn't write anything. We just re-rolled it. Okay. So like that re-roll showed us like he kind of thought about putting a pack of cigarettes in his hand. Actually, that's what I'm seeing there. And obviously this is barely usable compared to the last one we had, but um, but yeah, we'll definitely keep. This is what I mean by there's sometimes just like we go too far with prompting or just re-rolling. It just doesn't give us results. Our first one also spoiled the hell out of us with this one. So um, let's see here. I was playing with this a bit, trying to do an opening scene for this. Yeah, yeah. So, and I'll put the chat box on top of me here. Um, and mini story is the OC on your Discord. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right, right. Your that what you just posted about. I am like when it comes to using Pika for you know for any kind of like project or anything like that, the watermark can be a downer when it comes to like trying to trying to do it, but you have to also recognize like we're all doing low res stuff here. It's not going to be production grade, but I I do want to add that caveat that almost everything is probably saved. So if you do render something in Pika and you like it, you probably just want to keep the message link saved somewhere on a personal Discord or something like that just to catalog it. And and then you'll be able to you know potentially bring that seed back to be able to render it at a higher resolution or whatever, or without a watermark after whenever Pika starts monetizing, whatever the situation is there. True, I'm almost storing up the slices for V10. Yeah, yeah. Let's go ahead and check out the next video here. I had to clear up about 10 gigs on my hard drive, knowing that we're going to be doing a bunch of video today. And this is another example of a reroll, and you can see we just didn't get nearly as good of a result as we did the first time around. But there is a little bit of perspective shift as the camera kind of pitches around, and you really only see that at the end of the clip when it does the jump back to the beginning. Like it's not even. There's a like it kind of goes back and forth a little bit, and it's not a great version of what we want here. Um, when it comes to panning left and right, I think especially the quiet shots will make the most sense for that. That the one we just saw? I don't know. Let's just go to the next one. Yeah, you can see here that we are very similarly. It's getting very confused by the hand. But out of all the rerolls, we really nailed it on that first one. So we'll come back to the shot if we need to. Now we have another close up here. This one is the zoom out. So we're gonna see now. It seems like it preserved some of the black line on the bottom here. So we'll see how it handled that. Oh wow, look at that. Maybe a little bit of like glint, like eyebrow glint cleanup on the face there. But the real thing is that it preserved the bottom of um, the frame line. And this is an example of where I probably want to try to edit the image to not include like let's just take a look at it really quick. If I open up Photoshop here and we grab from our desktop here the original image. Yep, here we go. Okay. So we can see why it did what it did, where it gave a hard line at the bottom and it just didn't really know what to do with the cigarette. Okay. So let's actually gen fill this solution, right? Just to see if it gets us to generating a video that's more usable. The video footage resolution drops a bit whenever we submit this kind of stuff. And obviously, it's not going to know what the chin is, because I'm in painting over it. So we just have to see. I did a pretty good job. It's a bit of a pointy chin, but let's go through the options here. That's not too bad. I like that one the most. I think that one's probably the best here. It also gives us a lot of particle effect to work with, and we could tell it to amp up the particle effects. All right. So yeah, yeah. I'm as a former visual effects artist who's done a lot of really really cool stuff. This is both extremely exciting for me and extremely worrisome for my industry. Like because I could just say, all right, Midjourney, generate me a bunch of particle effects on a black background. And it's like there's a bunch of particles, cool. And then I bring it to Pika Labs, just run over there, just go over to Pika, and I'm like, all right, here you go. And it just It just spits out a bunch of like really cool fire effects or flame effects or whatever, and yeah, done. There's no technical work done there. Now, how that stuff gets integrated into After Effects and all that stuff moving forward, I am just so fascinated with. But we'll see. Okay, cool. What I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna flatten this, whoop, and then I'm gonna save that out as an alternative to Lux's original here. And by doing this, we essentially give ourselves a cleaner injection or a cleaner starting image for our intention, right? And our intention in that moment was just to zoom out. So let's see here. Yeah, Lux here, and then we'll just save it as a PNG. I think they're all saved as yeah, cool. Um, where did wait? Did that not save where it's supposed to save? Oh, I saved it in the exports. Okay, just a sec. It's fine. I'll just pull it from there. uh, okay. So what we can do then is we know we did a zoom out and we liked how it looked, but it did a weird thing on the bottom of the frame. So I'll bring us back down. I'll just write it actually slash animate, and then we'll drag in our new picture, and then I'll hit the plus more button. It's right there next to just like like whenever we're doing the slash prefer, it's the same thing. Hit that plus more, and it actually brings up the ability to do a prompt on top of. So it's no longer slash animate. It's the same thing as basically slash create. It's just doing it a little bit backwards, but we'll now say camera zoom out, and then ahead of camera, I'm actually going to write, um, you know, uh, like, uh, you know, let's do embers, like ember particles, uh, floating in the air, floating. Yeah, let's just do floating ember particles. I think that will be the cleanest result. Floating ember particles, and then a zoom out. And we could leave that just all with interrogation and just say zoom out, but I figured we can at least get away with something like that. All right, so we got our initial ideas with the results here. The cool thing is that we don't need to obsess about these because Lux did the amazing thing and give me 90 shots to work, or just like a huge number of shots to work with. So we're gonna basically watch this in real time, in terms of this little film. So we got Vic, coming out of this bar. The only exception to that I want to do really quick is I want to show you guys the pans with this one. Do you feel more or less imaginative since working with Midjourney? Um, okay. So I feel less inclined to to let's put it this way. I like ideas a lot more now because ideas don't feel bad to me anymore since I can just throw things at the wall and see what sticks. Um, when the most defeating thing is working, putting a ton of effort onto something that's bad. And I mean bad, not like, oh, I don't like think it looks pretty or whatever. I mean bad as in it didn't get you where you wanted to get. It didn't reach a level of success that you were hoping for, or maybe it wasn't even the vision you intended to make. Right. I know a lot of I shouldn't say a lot of, but I've known a few people in my life who um signed on to things that they didn't agree with, or they just didn't really were not happy with by the end of it. It's a very common thing when working in entertainment, any sort of creative actual job actually, because you end up having clients and partners that have different goals than you, that have different agendas than you. And the only thing I can really say to that is, you know, the experience really tells you whether or not there's um whether or not it's worth it or not to to keep working with other people in a way that it is the way you were doing it before. Like I try at least to give the advice about like Hollywood. Like everyone tells you, like they all tell you with a big old smile that you can do anything you want. You should make your dreams real and everything else like that. But the the reality is that like if you spend your life savings on, an apartment in Los Angeles for 2 years, um, you're gambling. You're making a massive gamble. Um, the unemployment rate for acting alone is the highest in of almost any industry. It's like 93%, 94%. Um, that's just one industry in LA, for example. But when it comes to AI imagery, like I don't have to worry about any of that stuff anymore. I could just see what sticks. And does it make me less imaginative? No. Um, Does it make me lazy? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Like I am taking solutions that I would not have done normally because they simply look better than what I was thinking that they would be. Now, does that make me less imaginative? I really don't think so. It really just comes down to um, me recalling back to like my younger self. I thought people were idiots because they wouldn't pick up certain, like this is obvious, everyone's going to love to buy this. That's why focus groups exist, you know what I mean? Like they exist for a reason, because people's assumptions are and biases are the reason why projects fail and things don't make sense or whatever. So at least for me, I find the benefit to be you guys actually chatting with me. um it prevents me from going down too many rabbit holes. um, so maybe less precision and more adventurous. Yes, yes. The precision really comes in when I have a project file. Right now, there's no project file. We're just collecting footage. We're essentially what we're doing here is the same thing that you would be doing in film, which is it's a combination of like scouting and filming and production and everything else that kind of happens at the same time. But um, we're just collecting dailies. We're collecting footage that we would then cut together into a longer piece. But there's so much more we can do than just put blocks of footage side by side. We can overlap things in ways that make things super seamless. And we'll get to there. But for now, let's take a look at these glasses. um, oh wow, look, it's getting poured. Look at that. Wow. Oh wow. Okay. We can use like the first like 2/3 of that. So the first 2 seconds out of three, we can totally use that. That's awesome. The unfortunately there is a chunk of ice that doesn't move. So like it may or may not make sense. We'll see. But that was picking up the whiskey movement four. So just adding movement four, there was no hand added to it. So that's fine. Let's see what movement one did. So dropping it to one. Okay. So it's almost like a time lapse of like the ice melting inside of it, right? Like so if Vic left the whiskey, right? If he just left it there, and which by the way, I don't think there would ever be ice in a dilapidated in a dilapidated bar. I'll call one continuity issue there. It would be great to like that would be such a find in a rather barren landscape. Oh my god, the ice maker still works. Oh my god. Uh, but I do think that would be one of those things where it's like this is a music video, not a dramatic film or anything. But if it was, it would someone would probably call that out. Uh, a cinema sin. Um, okay, cool. We're back up to where we were before. So let's go to the next footage. Oh yeah, we still have this one. Yeah. So this was the one I quickly did the in paint for and the zoom out. Oh wow, yeah. Okay, so this we went a little too far with the particle effects and flames and embers and stuff. Let me go ahead and remix that one, and we're gonna completely take out our text except for the camera zoom. And then we're gonna do a bunch of new footage here. Uh, let's see here. Slash animate. And then let's grab some other stuff. This is so cool. Um, I need to get to my downloads again. All right, shots 16 through 30. How many did you? Yeah, it's 75. We have 75 shots total. We'll get through all of them here. I know that, but it's like some of the additional prompting and stuff that we'll do will probably be to fill gaps in these between this footage here. So let me just upload all of these really quick. We'll just see how it interprets this. By the way, thank you so much to the Pico Labs guys for giving me access to this. And I haven't experienced a single slowdown yet. So like they haven't like bucked me for doing too much or anything like that. So that's great. Um, I hope the best for keeping that up. I understand that's quite a hard challenge at scale. So um, let's see, quite the challenge at scale is what I meant. Um, I already know one that I want to do. A clockwise spin on it. So let's do a prompt, and then I'll add rotate anti-clockwise, just so we can see what it does there. And I'll know that it does it on that one because it's like the one long establishing shot from her here. I mean, this is a lot of walking in the desert at this point, so the results of this particular segment could be the slowest from the whole stream. So we'll see how this performs, but I'm particularly excited to see how this like desert, especially the hawk that she has like in the desert. You guys will see here in a minute. And then we'll go through some of the breakdown too. So just being able to send all this at once to Pika is intense, right? Like I feel like an animation studio. Not an okay. No. I should rewind. If I don't want to say that. Not animation, but specifically not animation because animation is like something that requires so much more intent than what we're doing here. Animators are going to be speaking much more to the audience like a cartoonist, as opposed to what a filmmaker is doing, which is trying to stitch together or make the illusion of reality. Cartoonists are trying to represent reality. They're trying to do something a little bit different than what we're doing here. So this is the reason, and what makes this look so unique, by the way, is the fact that this is quite literally filmmaking within an animated world, like an animated medium, right? Now, this particular shot is not very good because every time the flame flares out, the face actually distorts a little bit. But we got some new footage here, and we're just gonna kind of look at what we got. We first got Vic looking at the mirror. He is wearing his hat in this one. So this is the mirror that we saw earlier. Oh, that's cool. Definitely a woman that that Vic becomes by the end of it, and this is very common with Pico Lab footage. That the the it one it goes completely realism at points, and then two the genders will be off, and we could reinforce a certain gender or not. But let's move on from this shot for now. I will remix it, and I'll just say zoom out so we can see what it does for. In fact, let's do a pan right because we know if you remember where the camera is, it has to bounce and then to the right to see the actor. So that means that we can do a camera pan right, and logically we might get a natural over the shoulder from that. And if we do, that's gonna break my brain. So let's do that. Let's just do that. And then I'm gonna do that again, but I am actually going to add a motion 4 at the end, and that's just to reinforce whether or not we get some more things happening in here. All right, let's check out the next one. Okay, let's see this download here. Okay, all right, yeah. So this is an example of where I would probably reverse the footage and it would be more useful, right? The original shot is actually a little odd just because there is like indoor furniture that's outside, right? So we might want to like in paint some of those away. But it is something that you can see that in terms of the motion, the camera, all that kind of stuff, it doesn't really make much sense because of the lighting. Look at how the shadow moves. Um, maybe that would make sense if there was like a meteor or an alien coming down from the sky, and there was just a strong light source coming to his right. But that doesn't really make much sense. But what we can do is we could tell it to zoom in at this point. We'll see how it performs for that, and it might give more motion to Victor as he walks away. But we need to actually add direction here, I think. So let's do a remix of that, and then I'm going to say, walking into the desert, and then I'm going to add a camera zoom in, and that should be it. I don't think we really want to do too much else because it is such a quiet shot otherwise. So let's just do that. Let's check out this one. This is a far more illustrated looking shot, so we'll see how it comes out. Yeah. Okay. So this is an example of where we run into the start frame and end frame issue, where we would love to be able to include a end frame and then we can just zoom out in Midjourney, right? And then include that as the end frame to essentially say like, all right, this is going to be I want you to be walking away from camera, that kind of thing. Let's try to reinforce the action here. Just say uh, close up of boots walking through desert. And just for I keep saying motion 4. In fact, motion 4 is way too high usually, but we're just going to go with it and then drop it later if we need to. All right, so we got a desert establishing here. And when the thing is that I'm not really referring a lot to Lux's guide yet because frankly, I only have so much control of the actual direction of everything here. But what we have is so much more control when we get to the editing bay. When we start cutting this stuff together, because then I can come back into Pika and start directing based on my edits, and that is so much better than trying to do it all in your head right now. Just get a bunch of footage, see what looks cool, see what works, and then you're not going to compete against a major motion picture studio right now. It just keep experimenting and seeing what works. In terms of like normal workflows and whatnot. So let's remix this one real quick because nothing happened here. We can I don't really want to just keep zooming in and out. I do think that if we pump the motion up here, I think we want to actually reinforce a sunrise, maybe a time lapse. That might be cool. So let's do that. Let's do a sundown time lapse, um, or maybe a sunrise time lapse, and then I'm gonna do that again, but then add uh, motion 3 on it, just to change it up a bit. Sunrise time lapse motion 3. Cool. Okay. We got the eagle here. I'm very curious about this one. Most likely gonna do weird things, but let's see. Hey, look at it! It looked. Oh, it becomes like a crow for a moment, and then it's like almost like a finch afterward. So if we probably need to tell it what kind of bird, and it might perform a lot better in this, but it's still pretty cool. I mean, like the feathers are moving. Like it's we can give it direction of like debris and dust and other things as well. But let's first try to describe it as a desert hawk, the desert walk. Desert Hawk, and and just leave it like that and see what that do. Um, and then uh, just for funsies, caw, and I'll just leave it like that. Um, and let's see here. We got another shot here. This is a long shot of Victor in the desert. Look at that. Wow. The shadow even follows him. That's pretty cool. Um, this is a let's do a pan up on this one because we really want to sell like how desolate this area is, right? So let's do camera pan up, and we'll see if that got angry at me for doing that. Because technically pans are left and right. Like that's the only. Let me actually check real quick under the announcements here. For cameras, we are looking at um, yeah, it's pan. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, camera pan up, right. Um, okay, yeah. So they actually okay. So yeah, it's a more broad definition of the word pan then. That's fine. Uh, so can we do pan upright? Like can I go diagonal? It can we do can can we cheat in the etch a sketch sort of thing and make real crazy? Let's try. Let's give it a try. Peek it, peek it, peek it, and go back here and scroll back up real quick, and we'll write camera pan up right. Let's just see if it does it. Okay, so we got a a wide angle shot from a view of the feet. Yeah, so it definitely didn't understand the direction of this at all in terms of like the camera, right? Like half those feet are pointed towards camera and it being as if he's walking towards it, right? So this would be just simply re-rolling it because it does understand that it's legs. It just doesn't understand the direction. So I'm just going to keep re-rolling, and then whatever result kind of comes out of this, I'm actually going to upvote it because or give it a thumbs up, just so that I help the algorithm a little bit or help the data or the brain of this a little bit. And then we have just some still shots of a boots in the desert, like a planting the boot. And I'm not surprised that we just get a little bit of like a wobble or wiggle out of this. We do have a little bit of a foot rise that happens here, but I am just gonna simply re-roll that one and we'll see what we get with this. All right, so this is the one where I said rotate anti-clockwise, and it's a kind of like desert shot here. So let's see what we got with this. Oh, look at this. Oh, oh, look at this. Okay, all right. I'm going to add a zoom in on this. Let's just do camera zoom in. Screw it. Let's just see what it does for that. And then I'm also gonna remix it. Do camera zoom in, and then do portal in the desert. And we're gonna do sunset as well for that other shot, the time lapse one earlier, because I definitely want to emphasize this sort of like entry gate that she has here. Awesome, awesome. Okay, now we have an overhead shot. Wow. All right, so we got some chit chattering, some talking and movement. Uh, I'll say this. I know that it's super impressive to watch characters talking. Whenever you see this stuff. My only caveat to that is that Pika Lab stuff still needs to have a sort of sense of like the head and movement of the shoulders that they communicate so much to us. Like it's our body language, let alone the fact that our cheeks move. Like you notice that my little VTuber guy here, I made sure that there was two layers on the bones to make sure my chin jumps up and down a little bit to make more room for my mouth when I'm talking. Little things like that Pico Labs has trouble with, and it comes down to like little anime tropes too. Like there's just sometimes like you know, some lazy animation that goes on that it's referencing, right? So with this, we can go like, oh wow, that's a lot of wind. Like let's drop the movement a little bit there to like M2. Like so let's drop it to M2 here. And I'm curious if it's like gonna give us, so we'll just re-roll that one too. Okay. All right, we got walking through the desert here. This will probably end up being a pan. This one looks like a pan to me. A future pan. Wow. Okay. I like it. I like it. Um, okay. So let's just re-roll that one with a pan. Um, let's do pan left, camera, pan left. For anyone who's joined the chat, feel free to message me anything and I will prompt it so that we'll run it through here just so you guys can see it. Um, this is all submitted to me by a single user named Princess Lux, and she is essentially the storyboard artist and director of this. Now the thing is that like we're kind of co-directing, but not in real time, right? Because she gave me direction, she gave me ideas, that kind of thing. Uh, but it's both mine, hers, and Pika Labs, right? So it's kind of like a fun little three-way here. But let's just do pan left. And then we are going to go to the next shot here. All right. Wow. Okay, there's not a lot that is obvious that goes on here, especially with the stupid play button on the bottom here. Let's see if I can. Is that going to get rid of it? No. The problem with the Windows Play here is the fact that like if it's the video is short, it'll bring the bar back up when the video starts. So sorry about that. I apologize. You could see the final cut version when we get to the editing, like to YouTube later on. But look at that. There is a perspective ad that happens here, which means that we might even get more of it if we do a zoom in as well. So let's do that. Let's do camera zoom in just for that one. And then we have another desert shot of Vic. Yeah, I mean the head is wrong. Like it the shadow line from Vic becomes the nose line, right? So we're gonna skip this one. I will reroll it just to see what we get, but I do think that a pan left also might make more sense. I know we're panning left a lot here, but actually, you know what? Let's just do camera pan right, revealing mirror. Well, no, let's do revealing um, pink flowers. Just to give us something a little bit fresh that Pika Labs would actually outpaint for us. All right, so we got this mirror shot. This is the one where I have no idea how it's going to handle it because it doesn't really make much sense from like a physics standpoint, right? Like, oh. So let's give the most direction that we've given yet for this video here. Let's go into remix here, and then I am going to write walking into the mirror, uh, ripples like water. Um, let's just go with that, and I'll add a motion 4 at the end here, and we'll probably drop that motion as we keep going here. And we'll just kind of go with the flow on this one. This one also is an example of where I would probably edit this shot pretty heavily before submitting it again. Just because like what we really want to sell is Vic going through this mirror portal. And that's not happening because the hat is crossing over the line for the mirror. And also just we could do a lot a lot to evoke what's behind or what's inside the mirror. So putting another prompt inside of the mirror probably makes a lot of sense here. But let's see what the other footage here. I think we haven't seen this one yet. This is a remix from earlier. Oh yeah. That's a lot better. Look how much more static. Like the cigarette still wiggles a little bit, but at least now there's no super distracting um particle effects flames that are in his face. So in terms of usable footage, this is way better. Let's take a look at the next one here. Yeah, you can see this is the one we had before by comparison, and this was going from floating ember particles to just not removing the prompt entirely and letting image interrogation take over. So we did a camera zoom out. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Uh, the like I said, this is not the that was. Let's scroll back down all the way, and let's take a look at some of our remixes here that we've gotten in. So this one is walking into the mirror, ripples like water, movement 4. Yeah. So I kind of as expected, there's way too much, interpretation of what's actually happening inside of here. And frankly, I do want to edit a couple of these images to kind of sell what Lux's point is more, where the flowers behind, like I want to add continuity between these images, and I can do that inside of Photoshop Beta. So let's just check out some of the other renders we did. This was revealing pink flowers, pan right. All right, so we got no pink flowers, but the pan right. Look at the perspective shift. It's perfect between the plant and the background. My God, like that's sick, actually. Um, yeah, we'll be able to do plenty of that. We'll be able to do plenty with that. That is awesome. This one is just running the prompt again as a reroll. Yeah, and you can see that it just hey, it becomes like a British. I was like, I gotta stop the pirates from taking my ship. He's yeah, the hat completely changes to a different hat. Hey, you have a good one, man. That's you have a good one, Boozlegas. It was good seeing you. Um, but then let's check this out here. So we got somebody from the super users doing something here too. So I definitely want to be aware of them. But this is the zoom in for one of the mirror shots. Oh my God. Look at that. We didn't get nearly the same effect that we had before, where we really want the background mirrors to kind of zoom in at a different rate. So I'm going to re-roll this one and also add a remix to it. Let's increase the motion to 4 and then do another remix on it and drop that to M3. Just so we can see if we can evoke something a little more interesting. Um, we got a pan left here. Yeah. All right. So this one is a lot better, I think, than what we had. Well, I don't know if I would say a lot better, but what I can say about it is that it's clearly generating some new rocks and stuff. Like the perspective shift again. The perspective shifts that we're getting out of this is just so clean. Um, yeah, I'm really digging that. Okay. So let's see here. Did we do this one yet? Let's see. Probably not. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. This was just re-rolling the prompt again, and you can see we got a lot less fabric moving around, but it's just the hair. This is so much better than we had before. Um, like I don't know what Vic would be saying to a mirror in the middle of the desert, but yeah, it is awesome to see this level of you know, just kind of, again, you would a real animator would be having a little bit of shift that happens in the shoulders at this point. Um, even for a kind of still shot like this, I will be punching it a little bit. I will be doing little camera movements, maybe even cheating the background a little bit so that it has some movement to it, like some handy caminess to it. But let's go ahead and move on for now. This is dropping, or sorry, setting the motion to 2 on the same shot. Oh, that's nice. That's just a real nice quiet, some real like just a nice quiet moment. Yeah, I like that. This one was the zoom in portal in the desert. Yes. Now we can safely assume this is in Australia, right? I would imagine so, given the mound there. I forgot what it's called, but um, that's awesome. I would definitely keep this footage here. This one is also the zoom in, but this time not with the words portal in the desert written. So, oh wow. This one is just surrealist and weird. Not really useful at all because there's just the shifting and it looks like AI to me. Like this doesn't look that great. Um, did we already watch this one? No. All right. So we also have some wiggly boots. Look at them boots wiggle. Da 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 da. Do a tap dance. uh, Adion looks like a lot parts of Arizona. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it does look like Arizona. Um, I what is it? I hated Phoenix. Phoenix was such a, a misery to go in because I had a homebrew RV that I had, and Phoenix is super unfriendly to RVs because so many snowbirds come to go to like the Grand Canyon and everything else. Um, but when I was going to Tucson afterward, we stopped in the cactus forest, and the cactus forest is just so beautiful. It was awesome. I'll never do it again, but it was awesome. I went in the middle of winter, so I knew that it wasn't going to be hot, like too crazy hot. It was still hot, but nothing too crazy. I had an air conditioner, but the I had my two dogs with me, and they literally couldn't go 5 feet from the bus without getting seriously injured by cactuses. So, oh, Arizona, born and raised. Oh, mm-mm. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. Um, let's check out some more footage here. Arizona, born and raised. Um, let's see here. Yeah, yeah. So we got a little bit of a camera move at the end there. But this was just by re-rolling the prompts. So let's see what the other ones are, because we did a couple of these. Yeah, again, it's just we might need to just do a pan up, but then it's probably not going to be a cowboy. It's probably not going to look like Vic if we do that. Let's see what the next one is. Yeah, we're just not getting the effect that we want out of this one, and it could just come down to the fact that we don't have a good beginning frame for this. Like this is like the moment that you would see in a graphic novel to represent this scene. But if you were like a storyboard artist or something like that, you would probably have like the boot coming into the frame from a very specific angle. And yeah, so it's either that or you know what, we'll just do this. We'll pan up, camera pan up, and say actually just add the words cowboy, and we'll say black shirt cowboy just to really reinforce uh, a little bit of Vic in there because I don't have image injection in here. We can we're working off a single picture, yes, but I can't like manipulate the images how I'm used to in Midjourney, like in Pika. I mean, So let's take a look at this desert shot. This is the one where we said camera pan up right. Let's see if it lets us move diagonal. Oh my god, we can move diagonal. Look at that. It generated a whole mountain and everything. Um but yeah, the guy down there, he's hilariously out of perspective. So uh yeah, no, I'm really glad to know that we can move diagonally. That's pretty cool. Um okay, cool. This one is just camera pan up. Yeah, again, the character moves out of perspective very easily. Uh, because Pika Labs is just kind of, I would imagine it's just kind of slamming down a bunch of different, you know, examples of people walking in footage. So we'll skip this one for now, just because I could see that just being tedious to get right. All right, this is one where I just wrote the words caca. So I what if that's gonna be the one we end up keeping because it's just clean? I'm gonna laugh. But we have a little bit of camera wobble. It's very, very subtle, but it's there. And what we can do is actually try to reinforce. So I'll hit caca again because that's working for some reason. And then say like clouds, uh, you know, drifty cloud, like clouds drifting. Maybe what's a good phrase for that? I want to describe the like wispy clouds, maybe. I'm gonna say wispy clouds and high wind. Let's just see what that does. Caca. Now we have the other one where I just wrote desert hawk. So let's see. Oh wow, it just completely failed at that one. I'll downvote this because I don't want to see that kind of weird pulsating, uncomfortable. It's like almost worse than like the Cronenbergisms. Flowing. Oh yeah, the flowing clouds. Yeah, that might work. But yeah, I wanna try. Let's just keep going for a minute because we can always see and re-roll, and we have so much footage. We have so many reference images. So I'm gonna keep going here. All right. And if anyone has anything that they want to prompt, just feel free to write it in text chat, and I'll prompt a new image for you. Okay. Um, this one is sunrise time lapse. Yes, 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 yes. That's what I want to see. It may look a little wonky, like like the sun kind of warps and shapes, and of course it gets brighter and darker and brighter and darker. But the fact that our intention is at least being observed means that the only thing I have to do is just keep re-rolling this. And again, I'm working in reverse mentally. Like I'm saying, I want a sunrise when it's actually sun setting and all that stuff. It for some reason that just works really well for me. But I'll also do a sunset as well. Sunset time lapse. Okay, let's go for this one. This is a without any motion commands added to it because the last time it was motion 3, which probably made the sun like yeah, you can see that wobbliness of the light. What we can do is we can actually lock the bottom half of the frame to be that dark for the latter half of this footage because the sun does get smaller and smaller. We can just drop the exposure to compensate for that. So there's definitely use out of this one. This one is close up of desert boots walking through the desert motion 4. This is another one that's probably going to wonk up a little bit. Yeah. You could see here that this is again another example of the depth map being way too strong for the image interrogation. Like that, it gets that we want to have these legs moving around, but it has no idea, which leg is which or how it's moving forward or anything like that. We can infer that yet, but it's having trouble. So we'll move on from this shot. All right, I got desert walking. Let's zoom in, I think here. Yeah, look at that. We even got some reveal from behind the glass. Wow. That's awesome. But there is some floatiness from the character here, unfortunately. Um, I do want to fix up this shot actually. Um, let's go ahead and open that one up real quick. We have it here. I'll go into Photoshop. And the only thing that I'm gonna fix up here is the outside furniture because it just breaks the line, the composition line of the like it's a bit of a it's the most Wes Anderson-y sort of like framing within the world that that's in this. So I'm just gonna gen fill out the these chairs here on the side. And I have to kind of pick up my head a little bit here, and I probably should just recalibrate, but the only reason is because I'm trying to sit more better for my back, which is like back, and it squishes Victor a little bit. But yeah, okay. So let's take a look at these results here. Perfect. Um, I'm gonna leave the one with the little shrub in it, just because that's a cute shrub. Let's go ahead and pick up this, and um, just for the sake of not revealing anything on this side of it at all, I want to make sure that I'm only like I'm trying to generate generously uh because I want to make sure that any shadows, especially that might be like radiative or reflective of the thing that we're trying to get rid of, is also included in my selection. This is what most people get wrong about in painting is they only select the thing they want to change without thinking about what needs to change to include what they want. This is most common when people do face swaps and stuff because they're like, I need him to do an O face or something like that. Guess what? If your character is like clenched teeth, their jawline is different shape than it would be for an O face. You know what I mean? Like you have to remember muscle structure and movement, all that stuff. So yeah, but out of our first results here, they're really clean. But you can see we even got a little bit of that shadow that was able to recognize just based on the patterns that it saw inside of the sand that maybe there is something hidden here. So we don't want that one. Instead, I will go with this because it's just way cleaner. And then because we're already in here, I'm going to take this opportunity just to kind of look a little closer at some details. Um, there's a couple of, I would say, potentially nonsensical items down here, but really, it's just the fact that I want these balanced, right? So I'll do this. We are going to get rid of this one and this one. This will encourage symmetry in the frame, and we should get a lot better result out of that. It might just look like an actual film production at that point. Huh. Running into an error here. So let me go ahead and remove one of them and see if it lets us just do it anyway. If not, this is actually a perfectly fine use of fill because the colors are mostly uniform that are on the outside the marquee. Let's just do that. Edit, fill. There we go. Just a little bit of wobbliness there, but that's fine. I'm just going to mostly focus on this little thing down here. We'll see how that goes. Whenever you get this kind of error in Photoshop beta, it all just comes down to actually you guys can't even see that. Hold on. Let me fix that. tablet, unlock. Go. Let me shrink this down a little bit. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. So I was having trouble removing that last little bit here. So what I'm going to do is take a look at this. And yeah, I definitely want to get rid of it. So I'm going to say edit fill. And yeah, it did a decent enough job. But you notice on the other side, there's nothing there. So let's just remake that nothingness really quick. No, I mean, it could be a more left side of the frame there, but I would rather get rid of it just so that we don't have to worry about it confusing the frame any more than it would already be. So we have one major break here, which is the horizon line actually shifts up pretty dramatically here, but that could be another mesa. Like that could make sense. So let's leave that. We have another bar stool here. That's fine, but I do want to see if I can gen fill out the kind of trash on the table here, just to see if we can if we can get a little bit of a cleaner shot with that, and it would look a little more surrealist to have less distractions around the frame. Yep. I mean, even if it gave us a limit here, it only limited one of the picture results. So let's just stick with that one. And I'm going to leave this one because realistically at a bar, you would see at least one or two of those, right? So this could be just like, yeah, a spare table or a place to have a drink, but the actual bar is on the right side. So let's just establish that. Flatten. And then I'm going to now /animate and export this from Photoshop. Call this V2. Okay. And then the codes that we used there were walking into the desert, camera, zoom in. And just for funsies, I'm going to do one where we don't write anything at all, just to rely entirely on interrogation. And then also one where if you guys want to use /create, you can. It just adds an extra step of hitting plus more and then finding the image button to be able to include an image reference from Midjourney. But we can at least now have all of our options written out there and just write camera, zoom in. There's no difference from what I understand. And if any of the Pika Labs guys catch this and you tell me a difference between create and animate, feel free. But animate's kind of like the default drag and drop option, and it gives you really great results just without prompting anything. But let's see what some of the other kind of stuff we got so far. Yeah, so you can see here that with sunset time lapse, this was the sunset one. We got a really cool like wind effect if you watch the footage after that bump. That bump breaks it up. Like it makes it a little tough, but you could kind of imagine that this would be like a showing of a dusting of sand in the air. So that's pretty cool. This one was sunrise time lapse as well. Yeah, and this one's kind of bork. Not that great. Oh, that's cool. It definitely shrinks too much to be realistic, but the fade is even. So that's really great. That's a good asset to have. This one is cacaw, wispy clouds, and the high wind. Yeah. So I mean, outside of keeping the feathers for an asset or something like that, we didn't get any of the movement of the sky or anything. That's fine. We'll just keep going. Oh yeah, this is the pan up where we said black shirt cowboy. Oh, look at that. It actually, wow, okay. All right. This is the first one where the camera actually moves how we want it to. So that's awesome. That's a good one. And that's just a pan up. Now the I would say that the pants are kind of camo. They kind of look like a camo pants. Because the folds are keeping even, right? They're not actually unfolding. But let's go ahead and re-roll this one and also add a motion of 4 and a motion of 3 as well. Just to see if we can kind of recreate this again. Um, Camera zoom in M3. So we're still getting that like, even perspective, except for the very beginning of it. There's a little bit of a downward shift. But let's see the next one here. This one is with M4. So a little more motion supposed to be in this one. Nah, didn't really get it. That's okay. We'll move on. Camera zoom in with no additional info added. That's this next one. Okay, this is way better right off the bat. And you can tell because as we're approaching this, right? The the sky widens in the mirror, but the what is it? The let's just re-roll this one again. Just because I feel like we can actually create some really cool stuff if we can get these leaves to move in the wind a little bit. Um, so we can actually write that as well. Um, you know, uh, pink flowers rustling in the wind. And we'll just see what that does. Okay, we've already seen this one. Okay. So let's go ahead and drop back down. This was camera pan up with a motion of 3. Yeah, yeah. We got lucky again on that earlier pan up, I think. So let's yeah, we got lucky. We got lucky on that one. Let's I'll check one more of these off camera here. Nah, okay, that's fine. All right, this is camera zoom in, no additional prompt on the outside the bar. Yeah. So like, this is where we can go, you're doing well, but we need to re-roll this a bunch because we don't know, like it started seeing like a trailer or something on the side there. So let's just re-roll that one. This one is just an image prompt, so we didn't give it any additional information on this one. Oh wow. Look at that. There's someone there to clean the bar or to sit down. That's pretty cool. Um and a weird door kind of swings open. Okay, I'll re-roll that one. This one is walking through the desert zoom in. That's almost perfect. Look at that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, this is great. This is great. Yeah, and let's drop it back down. Um and for this one, we have the pan and we have the pink flowers rustling in the wind, camera zoom in. We didn't get any of the rustling. I will check this one too. It may not look like it, but there is actually a little bit of movement in the flowers in this one. But it definitely more has the feeling of like the mirror is also bending with it. So yeah, and I think that catches us up here. Here, let's watch this one really quick. This is an example of kind of weird motions. So we got this one back as well. And again, it doesn't know which direction the legs should go in by the end of the shot. But this is very cool. It still lets us be able to, like the mesa element kind of starts to recreate behind the frame there. So I'm just going to leave this as is. And we have now all these saved up. So I'm going to take a bit of a breather. Yeah, that one was definitely impressive. Yeah, I know, right? Holy cow. I'm so stoked for this. This is going to look so cool. Um, so we are through half of the initial footage, and I will say this now. This was the chunky part. This was the part that I thought wouldn't work very well. So everything from here on out is going to be bonkers land. But I need to take a quick breather. So I'm going to play a little song here. Um, while I put up a clip that's going to be a preview of what's to come here. So let's do media share. Hey, glad you liked it. It was always fun with people you think. Okay, cool. Uh, let's just say I got it. This you didn't miss it. We're alive now. Okay, cool. In case you're here, it goes. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and I'm just gonna play this one on loop with a song in the background, just to kind of set the tone here. So look at this. This is what got me so excited about this project, by the way. The way the leaf falls from her knuckle, and the fact that her knuckle is visible now from behind the leaf that falls in the water blew my mind in a way. Like, there's already crazy shots that we have already captured here tonight, but that that's just bonkers, because I can go in, drop the contrast a little bit of that knuckles so that it's a little, honestly, a little prettier, right? Because it's the only kind of, crinkly finger now, in that regard. But it's with because there's it's so many little dainty, like little dainty hands, so I wanna respect the dainty hands, but I also want to be able to see a little bit of that knuckle. So what I would do is I would take all the darkness out of it and drop the contrast in the knuckle. Um, and I will say that when it's simulating, the thing that also kind of blows my mind, the fingers are going into the water to the point where when the palm touches the water at the very end of the shot, it actually spreads out the water line too. Look at that. Boof. Oof. Like, that's crazy. But all right, I'm gonna play a song and let my throat relax for a second. Be right back. All right, that's too upbeat. That's too upbeat for what we got going on here. Let's see here. Southern Gothic. That's a lot better. Alrighty, ready. Let me go ahead and turn myself back on here. All right, look at me all stretched out. I should probably get it somewhat back to my position as before, my creaky ass old used chair. Um, I have a very bad habit of being a yard picker, right? Like if I see a piece of furniture, I'm gonna probably grab it and then regret grabbing it afterward. That's pretty common for me. Okay, so just to kind of recap it, we are going through the desert here. So we found a portal, and before we really dig into Lux's notes and stuff, I really just want to start generating stuff here. Um, we've got a lot of stuff already. I mean, it's in fact, I should like these. Luckily, these clips are all really small. They're anywhere between 300 to 500 kilobytes, so that's perfect. It doesn't fill up my hard drive. Um, let's go ahead and open up the next shots here. 31 through 40. And I'm going to find the folder that we had here. Part 2. Just need to start separating things out. All right. Ooh, sorry about that. Okay. So let's just throw all these at Pika and see what happens. As Bonkers Land coming up next. Yep, that's true. So let's go ahead and go to Pika, and we're just gonna start animating everything that's here. Portal shift. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. I'm very curious what Pika Labs thinks of this, and also just all of these like file names are funny because it's like, what the fuck, Vic? Portal journey shift, space odd nod, odd Vic. What the fuck too? Like I love all the names of the files here. So I would imagine that if the guys at Pika Labs, like if we manage to cut this together into something that's consumable and people enjoy it, and people like want to like dig into some of like the source imagery, they will see all of Lux's notes here as the file names that are inside the videos. So I do find that kind of funny that it's a lot of just kind of like space off nod what the fuck fic kind of stuff. It's great. Um, shaky entry, and we will most likely not use all these. These are mostly just traveling through space portal stuff. But then as soon as we get to the uh her world and stuff, it's pretty fun. It's very pretty. I'll just say that. Let's start off with that. Okay, cool. Alrighty. So we got the first portal shot here. Um I would imagine we just pump all these to like max. Look at that. Um I, yeah. No, that's great. We let's pump this up a little bit. Let's go with motion 4 on the first one, and then also motion 4 entering a portal, and then we'll do time portal and swirling swirling effects. Let's just say swirling effects. Like we're just like complete clients here. Like not even right. We don't even know what's swirling. Just we want it to swirl. And I'll put a motion of 4 on there. I'll also just copy this so I can write it again, and then write camera zoom out. Actually, you know what we should do? Not camera, rotate. Rotate clockwise. All right. So what should happen with rotate clockwise is it doesn't actually pan left or right or up down or anything like that. It just spins it, right? You know, at least that's what should happen. So let's see. Um, now we have this is the what the fuck Vic clip. Um, yeah, this is also very common that the blinks or whatever is the darkest hue inside the eyeball as opposed to whatever the skin color is. That's luckily a very easy change. But we can uh you know what we can do for this is that we can like kind of say like um what do you call those like uh centripetal force machines that you know like you get thrown into like when you're doing Air Force training and stuff that makes your face all wobbly. That's what I want to see here now because I'm looking at the way the lips are moving there. So let me just look that up really quick. Centripetal centripetal uh let's see training. Yes, centripetal training. That's probably nope, no, that's not it. It's it's not centripetal. I can't pronounce that. Damn. Um, let's see. Let's just do flight training and see what they call it. G-force. That's right. It's like G-force training. That's we probably want to like it. Sustaining G-forces would probably be a good one. High G training. Okay, it's called high G training. Okay. So let's say high G training motion for uh traveling through portal. Actually, let's just do the high G training on its own just because I want to see what that does and not really worry about the rest of it. All right, so we have another just straight shot here. Not surprised that this one is like I don't know what's going on. Is it a landscape, like a psychedelic landscape? And it is, but this is a shot that I would honestly get me kind of sick if I kept re-rolling it because I know that it's going to be just this level of chaos. So let's actually re-roll this only once, but I'm going to hit it with a motion of 1 just to kind of hopefully get a less nauseous version of this. We have another G-forces looking one that we probably want to use. Yeah, it's look at that lip chatter. It's very Popeye. That's what I'm getting from here. I'm not surprised that this one is going to be weird because honestly, this is a single frame from an animation. You would not see this being used as like a plate that someone would animate over. So, like for example, it would make more sense to make a copy of this shot, flip it over, and then just cut those 2 frames into the middle of the shot so that they kind of act like jarring jump cuts. Because this is like lip flapping like you need the lips to flap like evenly on both sides to represent like an intensity or whatever, um at least in my opinion. So I'm gonna actually just move on from this one, because we will probably get away with you know what, I'll do this. I've done this before on a prompt or two. I'll just say like anime animation sustaining blast, or just like let's just do anime animation and see what it does, and then I'll also do anime animation with a motion of 3 just to kind of enforce that we want a little more than normal, and then we go from there. This is a very of the third kind here. um and that's not too bad. And oh, there's a little flash. I wasn't expecting the flash there, but I think the flash is actually just from the first frame. So this is kind of like a almost Northern Lights looking kind of thing. So let's just say let's reinforce the UFO-iness of this or whatever by saying like lights in the sky. Oh no, let's actually evoke the movie Fire in the Sky. Just do that. Just let's probably won't work, but we'll see. Um this is another one of the what the fucks. Yeah, again, it that's nightmare fuel, 100%. Um, what the fuck? It almost seems like I'm saying that, which is hilarious when you think about it. Um, wow. Um, let's you know what? I'm just gonna increase the motion on this one to 4 because why not? Let's just let it go bonkers on that. Um, And for any like experienced Beaky users that might like hop in here, I do want to say that, or at least see the video on YouTube later. I definitely want to get input, but I also just kind of like there's a lot of footage to go through, so I'm not focusing on codes too much here. That's pretty cool. Like this having like active like talking or chatter and all that kind of stuff. You could see here that that kind of like slack jaw. I'm gonna talk to you like a, like with the yeah with definitely a gummy mouth. Yeah, it's ooh ooh ooh. Yeah, I got a smoothie. Thank you. Oh yeah, smoothie time. Mm, that helps my throat like so much to get a smoothie. So I really like this shot actually. There's a little bit of head tilt, and those little subtle things matter a lot. I really love this shot actually. Um, we'll just straight re-roll that. There's no reason to change anything right now until I have Lex's direction written into it. All right. Um, this is an example of one where I can almost guarantee you is nonsense. Yeah. And that's just because we're talking about a lot of minimalist imagery here, um, being kind of thrown into, you know, trees and other things like that. What I'm gonna do to kind of emphasize this would be an example of where I actually remove Vic from the shot and then we see what it does. Um, because I would later add Vic as like this asset that sits on top of it. But for now, we'll say that this is an anime transformation or like you know um teleportation, anime teleportation M4, and we'll just see what it does with that. This is where we start to get into what should be the pretty stuff that works really well. And yes, it does. Um, what I want to do here is a lot of my animations that I do, I purposely add things like television static and jumpiness to hide some of the cutting because it's a really easy thing to do. But also, like, I'm a real big fan of like Max Headroom and things like that, that is super dead now to a lot of people. But I really dig that sort of staticky look. So, like, I'm thinking of animating this without Vic in it, and then Vic suddenly shows up in it as like this like bzz, and he's there, right? And we can do that entirely with Photoshop beta. Let me show you. So this is awesome, an awesome shot, by the way. I'm just gonna straight up re-roll that, and then we'll continue our video daily review here in a minute. Go to Photoshop. Sorry if you could hear me swallowing there. I didn't mean that. Um, let's see here. Okay, so we have this shot. What I'm gonna do is first off, I'm going to actually drop this here and try to cut this frame a bit so that we get a little bit of a higher render quality out of it. So I'm gonna immediately save that because then every future injection we do with this will be cropped like that. And now I'm going to grab not just Vic here, which is It's kind of funny when you zoom all the way in. There's like a beard, right? Doesn't matter. Um, so now I also need to make sure I not only include the shadow that's below him, but I need to look if there's any weird highlights that might indicate that there's a person standing there. And it doesn't look like we got anything too crazy, so we're good. But that's also an indicator. It's not just the shadows, but the highlights too. You'll get used to looking for that stuff the more you do this. We're just gonna gen fill. There you go. Isn't that incredible? So we want to do those. We want to see how the rocks are there before, because we're going to be overlapping these, and we want to pick one that's as close as possible. So if I say pick this one, look at the rock behind it, that peak, that'll flash to the audience when we see it without doing a lot of fudging. But if we pick something like this, look at that, much cleaner, and we only need to like do a little bit of a rock replacement there. So I'm going to go with this one and export that. Having this stuff locally as opposed to like, Midjourney server or anything like that, it in terms of the power of Midjourney, 100% cloud-based makes sense. But when it comes to like a workflow for an artist, you have to have stuff locally. I can't be reliant on the internet in order to know whether or not I can draw that day. No, 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 no. Okay. So let's go ahead and save this as a V2 for that. And that way, when we run this, it's /animate here. I can now I have to export it to the correct place. Hold on. There we go. V2. Okay. So now I have a plate and the original. I'm going to use the plate, and I'm just going to submit that. And that way we have a version of it without Vic there, and I can just overlay the two. Whichever performance of Vic we like the most, we just overlay onto this one. Isn't that cool? All right, cool. So let's see what this one is. This is just a re-roll of that same one we had earlier. That's cool. Like what the hell? And it's just he's looking around like at the trees. Look at that. That's awesome. Whoa. Okay, yeah, we immediately like holy shit. Yeah. You could probably get all the voice acting for this entire video just from my live reactions of these clips, right? So just it's just like holy shit, what the hell? Yeah, I could see like that working, especially if you got a very like a good voice actor to actually be reacting to these. Oh, that'd be so much fun to do live on Twitch. Uh, I wish it wasn't so kind of hostile with the AI stuff right now, because they would be able to jump in and have fun with this. Look at this without Vic in there. It's just movement. It's just the trees, and it's perfect. Like we can re-roll this as we need, but I love this. This is pretty. Yeah. All right. Let's see what this anime teleportation scene looks like here. Yeah, I mean, like you have inorganic hair movement again, but you do have a little bit of the pulsing of the lights that might be useful. Again, I would just remove Vic from this entirely and then run that as a separate thing just to recreate this, because what Lux essentially provided here was like a storyboard, right? This is a representation of what she sees for this shot. When the practicality of actually making it, especially with the way we're doing it in this really weird AI world we live in now, it's oh hey, First time chatter, Crystal Wizard One. Hey, thank you so much for joining. I really do appreciate it. Feel free to follow. Oh, you are following. Hey, awesome. So we're doing some really wacky stuff here today. We are animating one of my fans' short film kind of things that she put together a bunch of shots for me, and so and his whole storyboard and just I mean I could even show that real quick. It's just a lot, and it's great. It's a whole kit caboodle of a story that's here. So with all these panels, we are essentially making a short film on Twitch here today. So thank you so much for joining. If you want to see anything specifically, you can always just write it down, and we'll see if we can do it. You know, I'm always down to animate a prompt. Okay, let's see what the next shot is here. This was just a reroll of what we had earlier with Vic talking, and yeah, you can see we didn't get almost any of the mouth movement we had before, but it's definitely an awe, like a shock and awe kind of thing. So that's cool. Um, so I want to show you guys a little bit of like the live actions. No, I'm not going to show you someone else's project. We'll move on. Okay. So this one was just setting motion for, and this is an example of like you don't always get what you're expecting. Yeah, we got a little bit of like a like which could be useful, right? But I really want to emphasize particle effects and things in this one, and also a camera motion. So let's do camera. Actually, we'll do rotate clockwise, and then we have a motion of 4 already, and let's add like um an like anatomic or like atomic particle effects portals portal. Let's just do portal. Okay. This is the one where I wrote fire in the sky. Posted your link out to Twitter. Thank you so much, Crystal. I really do appreciate that. That's awesome. Hey, look, we got almost 10 viewers here. That's awesome. We're going to be animating all sorts of cool stuff here today. We have a basically like a short film that we're making here, and it's we don't really know how it's going to come out by the end of it, but we have a lot of controls now, so let's make it happen. um so with this here, this is actually kind of hilarious. When we wrote anime animation for the other close up here, we got like, wow, like I'm actually kind of impressed with how well it's closing and opening that crazy looking mouth. So that means that I have an asset now that I can flip. It's blurry. Like there's definitely some weird thick lip kind of blurriness happening there, but it's working. So I'm just going to re-roll that one. And then this is the one where we also just wrote this. Yeah, we just didn't write a motion command for this one. So this is, yeah, look at this. Oh god, this is, no. We'll move on. This one is where I dropped the motion to the max because I said that this was gonna make me sick if I kept it too high. So yeah, that is so much better. Like you're kind of seeing into the original image that Lux had made. So this is way better. The one thing about Pika footage, you'll notice that there's kind of a click at the very beginning of the shot. That's because it's actually the original picture. That's the frame. All right. So if you guys have a prompt that you guys want to see animated, just write it down in chat, and I'll try to get to it. Um, this is the one where we wrote high G training motion 4. So I had we'll see if this actually translates here. Nope. Just a little bit of glowing light there. So I'm gonna actually reject this one. Just hit downvote and then re-roll that one. We'll see what we get. Okay, this one was the swirling effect, and we're gonna rotate clockwise. So let's see what rotate does. That's pretty cool, actually. It's like a petri dish. That's awesome. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So this is also an example of where you could remove Vic in Photoshop and stuff, and see it. But it's really cool to see this kind of lava lamp. Ooh, that's the prompt. There you go. Let's swirling effects lava lamp. I know there's like a bunch of other commands too that could be useful here, but I'm just digging into this one here. Um, let's do anti-clockwise just to see if that changes things up too. Okay. This was the zoom out of the same image. Kabam! Oh wow. Okay. It's just all right. Fuck it. We're going in. You know. Let's go to space. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's hilarious. I'm just gonna re-roll that one because I want more shots like that. Uh, like that's cool. That was with zoom out. This one is without zoom out. Yeah, nothing happened there. Nothing really happened there. Just a little bit of movement in the middle, but I'm gonna just move on. This one's just entering a portal. Motion 4. I'm like jumping into a window. So yeah, it's because of the cowboy. It's kind of looking like I'm jumping on a horse. Like I can kind of see it getting in a horse or jumping a wall or a hurdle or something like that, right? So like it's getting the idea of what we want to do, but it's not, like it. I will just re-roll this and see what happens. And this one is just motion 4, asking it to interpret the image entirely, but to make it move as much as possible. Oh wow. Okay, yeah. So this is actually a really clean shot of just Vic, like going in. But you know what? We probably want to act like this is, uh, if I would remove the shadow from his feet, it would look more like he's falling into it as opposed to standing in front of it, right? So let's give that a try first, and then we'll get to the rest of the shots here. So, and you know what I should do actually? Oh hey, Laurel Effin or Eiffel Effin Eiffel XIV. You guys got to tell me how to pronounce this stuff. Hey, it's Lilu. It's Lilu from MJ. Hey, okay, yes, you did tell me as I was reading it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, feel free to like follow and whatnot here too. It's I don't stream as much on Twitch as I do on Midjourney, but Loria, yeah, Final Fantasy X. Okay, all right, yeah, Final Fantasy. Got it. It's been so long since I played. I think honestly, my last Final Fantasy game was probably 7. So I'm gonna, I never played any of the online ones. Um, but well, yeah, Lilu, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do a real quick Photoshop edit. If you guys got any prompts or anything like that, I'm probably not going to see them in the Discord. Just heads up. But you can write them down here and tell me that they're there, and I'll dig through and find your picture because it's really annoying to do this on Twitch. I don't want to like set up a media share or anything like that. But um, what I'm gonna do here though is I want to emphasize to Pico Labs that Victor is actually falling into this portal. And the reason why he's not is because there's a shadow kind of representing a tube. He kind of looks like he's standing in a tube. So we gotta detube him. We gotta remove that tube. So I'm just going to highlight select everything dark or that looks a bit odd for that and then just gen fill over that and see if that's enough. We might need to write boots or something. All right. So we did immediately get rid of the shadow, and he's still walking in, right? But at least here it's a lot. It should be a lot cleaner for us to be able to say, um, let's just change the direction of his feet here. Let's see if this works. Levitating boots. Levitating boots. Let's see if that's enough. Good to see you, Laura Lee. I really do appreciate you coming in. And everyone else here too. It's cool to see a you know a close up number to getting close to those double digits. Levitating boots. Levitating? Le- uh yeah, I'm trying to get Victor to kind of look okay. That's funny. That's funny that he's on a boat. Kind of funny that he's surfing a boat there. But I need to just do let's just do boots. Boats. Oh, I said boats. Okay. Okay, my bad. There you go. Levitating boots. Boots. Okay. Thank you for calling me out on that one. All right, that's the closest in terms of levitating in terms of the foot direction. It's a little big, but I think that's actually fine for now, just because it lets me be able to start to direct the other foot here. Right? Just kind of like surfing the boat all the way down. That would be neat. Try that again. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick one that's pretty clean. Maybe something like that. And let's actually grab this foot right here. Smash that down for now. Paste it. A flippity flop. And then we'll put it over here to kind of really sell it to Pika Labs that we don't want him like really standing on it, but we need to change the perspective shift a little bit. And then come in and just clean up a little bit of the line work. The shadows are going to be off, like the highlight here is off, so we'll fix that too. But for now, I should just be able to select this greater area here. Like that. Yeah. Now his feet are backwards compared to his head. Yeah, I know. It's what I'm gonna do though is fix that. And when it comes to fixing it, it's largely just a like kind of not even just a perspective shift kind of thing. It's just more about the highlights than anything else. Because right now the oh yeah, well you know what I need to do? Let's flip that back over and bring that down like that. I don't know what I was thinking. That let's do something like that. That's better, huh? That'll be a way easier for it to interpret, I think. Now we just gotta erase stuff. Brush. Okay, that's fine. At least, at the very least, it looks like he's properly floating now. And I could also just gen fill any weird lines if there were any, but I don't really see any, so I think we're good on that. Yeah, no more back feet. No more awkward feet. Go with V2 on this. And then I'm just gonna throw that in the slash animate. And we're gonna write falling, skydiving, skydiving cowboy. And we're going to get falling into portal. skydiving cowboy. I think that'll be funny. Which, by the way, if you genned skydiving cowboy, would probably be really funny in Midjourney. Just heads up. Um, and we'll put that to a motion of 4. And we actually had a really good result by having the camera zoom out at this one. So we'll do that. We'll do all of that. We'll tell it to do all of that for us. I love how the portal reveals flowers, which is, a central component of the next shots coming in. All right, so let's take a look at some of these one that we already did. It's like entering the portal, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so we have like, that's actually pretty cool. But it's again, the shadow is going to dominate these results. Yeah, it's still, like I thought. It's very much like he's in a tube and he's like getting ready to hop it into the goo. Um okay. Now let's see the high G training with a motion of 4. All right, this is actually quite usable because of the camera shake and stuff, but his hair is still pretty static, so we'll just re-roll that one. And then we have the animation one. We could probably put the high G forces on this one too. Yeah, look at it's just more of the lip flapping, but the teeth are moving. Like that's really interesting. They do come and close, which is cool. But I'm gonna actually copy our high G training prompt and remix that one in there. And I'll actually just add it to the beginning of animation. So maybe we can combine the two on that one just for fun. This one was the Atomic Particle Effects Portal M4. I wrote a little too much on that one, I think. You know what? I'm gonna come into here, just delete everything except for rotate clockwise, just so we can see what it does on its own. And then I'll do that again, but with the motion 4, just because I really want to emphasize a lot of wacky, crazy stuff for this shot. And did we already download this one? Yes, we did. Okay, cool. We've caught up. It's hilarious though. It's like, oh, um, okay, cool. So this was. Did I already download that one? Nope. We got another Portal one here. So yeah, you could see here that outside of that last minute exposure jump, right? We're not getting a lot of stuff out of high G training, but I'm gonna re-roll that one again. Sometimes it's like it'll be more static than it would normally be for a couple runs, and then it just suddenly there's a bunch of lively action like we get on our lucky rolls at the beginning. All right, so this is the first one that we removed the shadow. I said falling in portal, skydiving cowboy, motion 4, camera zoom out. A lot should be kind of hinting at here. Oh yeah, look at that. Floating and everything. Getting ready to get beamed into space. Um let's actually just re-roll that one a couple times and see if we get some interesting stuff out of that. And then I think we're caught up. Yes. Okay. Got this one here. This is the rotate just or motion 4 rotate clockwise. So we could definitely use some of this footage to like add an intensity factor to it. I'm swimming in it. Let's re-roll that one. That's funny. And let's see about this one here. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, it's another like floaty one where it's, we would yeah. I think the hard thing for this to understand is the swirling the swirlingness of it all, right? So we might want to reinforce the lava lamp stuff again. Let's see this. Yeah, yeah, very zero G. That's great. But that's what I wanted. I wanted it to not be like he's walking, right? But it is skydiving's in the prompts, so we may even try ones where we remove skydiving from it. And that's kind of getting more of what I was thinking. But yeah, it's a very weird shot, so we won't obsess too much about it. Um, but this one, I think, this one should work well. Yeah, look at that. We have the hair movement, and we even have a little like at the end too. So this one's great. This one's great. There's no weird blinks in it either, right? So that's good. We'll just we'll re-roll that one. Somebody from Pika Labs put a love on the one where Victor's like and screaming through. So that's funny. Some of the Pika Lab guys are probably noticing how much I'm dumping onto their server right now. But we'll see. We'll see if I get in trouble. Hey, we reached 10 viewers. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming. I really do appreciate it. Very much do. We're animating some cowboy action today, but there's gonna be more. There's gonna be a lot more interesting stuff right around the corner here. Um, we have one shot, I think, way up here. That Yes, this one here. This is the only one we didn't get to from the end of this series here. Look at that. And you can see just the initial frame clicks because it's actually removing details that are just kind of noise for it, which is mostly falling petals and butterflies, seemingly, from the original shot. So if I re-roll that, and then we'll also do one where the motion is set to 1, then we can probably gauge what level that we get and also set one to motion 4. So we have a base, a minimum, and a maximum. So that's awesome. Um, let's scroll all the way down here. And okay, yes, we finally got the G-forces. Yes. Okay, hold on. Look at this. Look at this. We got the G-forces effect on the face. Yes. And we can manually stretch the mouth to compensate. For that. There's unfortunately, like, well, actually, it's not unfortunate. We can fix the mouth. Like, you see the red shape that's here. We can just in paint that out and overlay that in After Effects to remove that sort of rigid color right there. This is awesome. Oh man, we're gonna have fun with this one. So this is great. Um, let's see about the other one here. Okay, yes, we actually got some mouth movement too. Look at this. Look at that. It's very gorillas, but it's I love it. It's cool. Ah! Okay, yeah, that's awesome. Um, okay. Now let's check out our base for the flowers that we rendered earlier. So this is a base. This is a new base. It just gives us an idea of like how much wind it thinks is in the space, all that kind of stuff. And the more we reroll this, we're going to get varieties of this, right? But it I love how subtle the drooped tree flowers are on the top there. It's a subtle enough that the wind's just a little high and a little uncomfortable. But let's try the motion 1. So this is the minimum amount of motion. That's way more serene, which I know is what Lux is aiming for here. So I love the mistiness. So let's reinforce the mistiness on this one. Um, let's say that this is like like the steam from a what do you call bathhouse steam, a bathhouse theme. Let's just do bathhouse theme. Okay. You know, and you know, petals falling because that's also in the image. Let's just do that. Let's just see what it does. And then this one was a maximum movement. So we had a base earlier where we actually saw a good amount of wobble. Let's see what happens with maximum here. And hilariously, it's like the least active out of them all. So I'm gonna re-roll that just to see it. Because I'm looking at it, you know, a little higher res than you guys can see, and it's mostly just things fade away to non-existence. So I'm just gonna re-roll that with a downvote. Um, yeah, sweet. I think it's time for a quick intermission. Yeah, I'll play a shorter song this time. Um, because I just need to take a sip of this smoothie and I gotta download the next set of images. So the story continues in just a couple minutes. Be right back. Alrighty. Thank you so much to everyone who's joining here. Um, we are entering Lux's beautiful bathhouse. It's the best way I'm going to describe this, I think. Um, the main thing to pull up from here, though, is that everything that we are doing is based off a storyboard that she provided. Um, this is based off of my workflow of character injection stuff, but she is a very very talented Midjourney user. Um, for anyone here that is unfamiliar with AI imagery, or otherwise has concerns or questions or anything like that, I just want to be able to first address this to any new people here that this is an open forum. You're welcome to discuss anything you like here, as long as it follows Twitch terms of service. Um, the main thing to kind of pull out from this, though, this experience anyway, is that I do this because I want people to see where we're really at. There's a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there about what AI imagery is and what it's capable of doing. And what we're doing here today is an example of what the current like a status update of it. So even if you very much disagree with what what or how AI imagery works, I really just implore you to stick around and see what what this stuff is actually doing, because the at least for me, I'm not here to tell you to use it. Actually, I'm here to just simply show you how I use it. And in terms of like what we're able to accomplish, and whether or not we can copyright it and blah 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 blah, I really don't care. I when it comes to that stuff, I just want to make pretty stuff, and that's the goal for today. uh where it goes from here is entirely up to Lux or me or whoever else hops in and uses any of these images. That's up to her, that's up to me, it's whatever. But for me anyway, my end goal here is just to make something that is exemplary of the modern status of this technology. And she did an amazing job doing the initial like setup and build up of basically the entire pre-visualization stage of a film. She did here, and that is amazing. We wouldn't have been able to do that even a year and a half ago. So yeah, there's a lot of wonderful notes and like kind of cataloging of this. And this is not necessarily how a traditional storyboard sheet would look like. There would be little arrows everywhere and little like transparent sheets of guys kind of getting in the way. Like kind of cluttering up the images to represent camera motions. But because we're doing AI video today, our camera motions are simply prompts, and they are going to be pretty simple and really rigid. So rigid being like if I tell it to zoom in, it's always going to zoom in at the exact same speed, like that kind of stuff. So um, let's go ahead and get into the next list of or collection of images provided here. We're going in about sets of 15 here. So let me grab that really quick. I gotta close WinRAR. There's a couple WinRARs I got open. Let's see here. One more. There we go. Shots 41 through 50. All right. Okay, there you go. That's what I needed open. Sorry for the delay. Okay. So when we do this stuff, what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw this all into Pika Labs here, and we're gonna first just do a shotgun run of where we submit all this stuff. And we got a couple other people submitting stuff to the super users here. So I'm curious. I'm curious if we get it in the way of anybody here. And I say in the way as in there's a lot of things go. Oh, those are yours. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. It's good to see. So I actually have usernames censored. Thank you so much. I'm glad to know that I'm not bothering you there. Um, the and that's I'm glad to see we have another super user here. That's awesome. I do want to make one note, which is that whenever I'm submitting this stuff, I I just feel oddly conscious like of what's happening. And let me see. I see a message on super user. It's probably from you, right? Um, let's see here. Okay, yeah, it's come watch. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with the super users there. That's so cool. I'm yeah, I would definitely want to see more Pika users kind of hopping in and doing remixes of this stuff too, because you can hit the buttons. Like, oh yeah, you're welcome to Jesse. Told Jesse too. Okay, cool, thank you. Um, I wanna see you all hitting them buttons and writing your own stuff. You know what I mean? Because here, that's the hidden, not necessarily hidden, but that's the potential here that turns this from a an alternative way to make films and comics and stuff to a whole new medium, is the fact that you guys are interacting with the production process. It's a collaborative thing on Discord right now. And when I tell people that AI imagery is a social network, that like a social media thing, it's very scary and jarring for them because it's like, you're talking about replacing social media with this kind of stuff. But in fact, we're just interacting with each other in a whole new way, which is the medium. So yeah, yeah, very very exciting times, but also very I get it. Let's keep moving on here. Um, I am just gonna write slash animate for everything that we got here. We got some overheads of Vic. We got lots of pretty flower shots here. This is actually going to be one of the more exciting moments of the stream because we have so much of this stuff is just pretty shots of water and bats' houses and a long blonde haired girl. Like, yeah, it's going to be great. Let's see. We even got a butterfly. And yeah, I'm purposely not writing anything here because I'm trying to make it entertaining for Twitch too, right? So I'm just slamming a bunch of shots out there. Alrighty. Let's see what we got. All right. And I'm gonna quickly move this thread over here because I see Jesse is messaging me. Let me see. Hi, just want to say thank you for streaming. Okay, cool. Hey Jesse, it's good to see you. No problem for streaming, man. I really do enjoy doing this stuff. Um, the I guess the main thing really comes down to the fact that whenever I'm able to spend some time doing this kind of stuff, I do enjoy it. I hope we find appropriate venues for this stuff soon. So let's start digging into these clips here because I believe after the next set we'll have enough footage to at least do a base timeline for the film. So let's first take a look at this. This is just the raw animates, so we're not actually prompting any controls in here. Okay, cool. So, we have some touching the water kind of stuff. And again, with the stupid player bar on the bottom there, I really got to pick a better player for this stuff and switch the defaults in Windows. But for now, this is fine. There's a little bit of water touching the flowers here, right on the bottom. So I'm going to do is I'm going to again remix that and put the motion to 1. And if you guys want to alter it, don't like yell at me to start writing different commands. You go in there and change it yourself if we got power users here, or, if we got the super users here. That would be way more efficient, and I'll just catch your clips. Um, all right, so there, from what I can tell here, it's mostly falling leaves that you guys can't really see over the stream very easily. So what I'm going to do is I will just re-roll that first, and then I'm going to set that to a motion of 1, and we'll do another one with a motion of 2, just because I know that and actually, you know what? We'll do a zoom in as well. So just do camera zoom in. And why not? We'll also do a camera zoom out. Okay. And then we got one of Vic here overhead. What the hell? That's what I interpret this as. What the hell? So I'm gonna just re-roll that one. That one's funny. Let me know if I'm in your way at all. Please, no, you're never in my way. You're all good, Crystal. Um, this one is probably gonna be another one where we do some pans and zooms and stuff. So let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. We have like kind of just like a scattering of falling leaves and stuff. So I probably want to re-roll this, but we'll do let's do a pan left with this one. Yeah, and I'm gonna send this out too. I'm gonna pin this message actually. So I'll pin this manually unpin at the end of at the end of the stream. Okay, cool. So I have pinned a message at the top here. This is an invite to Pika Labs if you want to try this stuff out yourself. So it'll be at the top of the chat. Okay, let's go to the next clip. All right, so this was a reroll of that one, and you can see it's already significantly better just off of that. There's a little bit of like a hold frame on one of the falling leaves right in the middle of the tree, unfortunately, but that's easy to fix. Playing around a couple of your gens, awesome. Please do it. Yeah, this is great. And essentially, what's happening here is like we're getting much clear, like you always delete the first frame because it causes like, or at least the first couple frames, because in my experience that click that happens at the very beginning is the number one thing that's jarring about the, like you can loop it so much more easily if you just remove the first couple reference like that, especially the first reference frame that's in the video. So try to ignore the click that happens when it reaches the end of the bar and jumps back to the beginning. All right, we got like a crystal butterfly looking thing. Let's see if this is actually animated at all. It's there, like and we can enforce that movement even more. But I kind of like its lack of movement at the whenever it doesn't click to black like that. Cool. Um, let's check out this one. Oh, I know this is the one that Lux is particularly excited for. So we have a little bit of head movement from her, and the leaves are moving, and it is very pretty. So let's go ahead and start to apply camera motion here, like a camera movement. So I'm going to say camera zoom in. All right. This is another one that I'm it the closer we get to the actor in this, I do have to warn Lux ahead of time. It's AI. We're gonna have some wacky stuff happen here, so let's see. Um, wow. I mean that's really pretty right off the bat. Um, I mostly I do like it, but I know that there's so much more potential out of this shot, right? Um, it could even be just her head moving or anything like that. So I'm gonna do a lot with this shot because this is gonna be the one that I feel like sells it for a lot of people. And we could also try that Pika Labs trick of like getting the last frame and then continuing the shot, you know? So which by the way, Jesse, if you're watching this, you really should have that just in. I would hope that it's in there already for you guys, and you're just experimenting with it because it would be neat just to have a button that goes clip last frame and then just boom re-render. I know there's a video tutorial. I just want to emphasize that. All right, let's re-roll this or remix this, and we'll just say camera zoom out. And then I'm gonna do camera pan left. Let's also do another, because here's the thing for me. Outside of the outpanning benefits from panning and zooming, like the zooming in doesn't really make a ton of sense for me because um, you know, it's what I need to do is do a rotate with it because then we get a perspective shift. And that's what we really want to aim for here. So I'm going to do camera pan left, and then rotate right or rotate clockwise. I think that should get us a potentially closer to a profile view of her. Maybe I don't know. We'll see. Uh, camera pan left, rotate right, rotate, and then and then I'll just copy that for now so that I can come right back into there and write motion 4. just to get one where there's a lot of activity. Um, and then let's just do one where we're not really directing it too much. We'll just do serene landscape. Camera zoom out. Let's do pan left. Just I feel like a pan's gonna be just prettiest for this. Okay. Alrighty. Now we have a close up here. Yeah, and you know, like we probably want to drop the motion a lot for these close ups, right? So let's do that already. We'll do one at M1 and another at M2. And you know what? Let's do one at M1, but also a zoom out. Okay. So this is one where we drop the motion all the way on a rather serene shot. And there's a little bit of movement in petals, but there's largely nothing here. So nothing too interesting there. And this one, on the other hand, um, has like watery wispiness at the bottom of the frame that you guys can't see very well. But there is a little bit of a waterfall effect on the right side. So I'm just gonna re-roll that one. Let's take a look at this one. Oh, there's actually a nice shift in the light, and the smoke is super. Oh, this one would loop really, really well, actually. If you notice, look how dense the fog is moving through the bathhouse. This is the one where I wrote. What did I write on this one? I think it's just camera zoom. Is it zooming in? Nope. That'll be the next shot. It's just the movement of one. It's just the base model. So that's great. We'll get to the bathhouse one here in a minute. This one is zoom in. There's a little bit of perspective. Yeah, that's great. Um, that's awesome. Let's go ahead and add a rotate anti-clockwise. Why not? Okay. So this is blinking slowly, dynamic lighting, caustic camera zoom in GS15 motion 1. This one's from Crystal. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, we got a power user in the house who knows how to do this crap. Okay. Okay. All right. Awesome. Awesome. Let's keep going. Um Here's my just zoom out of that last environment. This is great, Crystal, by the way. Thank you so much. Um oh wow. That outpaint did a really good job actually. Yeah. There's like water stream, like there's actually flowing water everywhere down below. You guys just can't really see it. Yeah, you just can't really see it. But the water is flowing through that, so that's going to be a really fun one. This is just a re-roll because we got a fun result out of the last one. Yep, and it's just kind of some twitching and movement of the flowers, you know. Nothing too crazy on that one. This one is a pan left. Some unnatural wobbliness, but we mostly are seeing some decent leaves falling, so that's an asset. But again, here's my main takeaway from this stuff. I could almost shoot the whole thing inside of Pika Labs now because of the camera motion. I don't get my like stepping. Like I unless there's a code that I'm missing for knowing how fast these movements should be. Um or unless the we get longer, you know, rendering times, of course. Um it's harder for me to use the camera functions inside of Pika unless I'm aiming to do perspective shifting. Then I'm 100% doing them in Pika because you know, we're you're able to do it very easily with AI imagery. Um, it's really just about the set rates of movements and all that kind of stuff. The stuff that makes it look very digital and artificial, right? Um, yeah. Look at that. He's doing a little jig as it zooms in. That's funny. This is one of the ones from Crystal where he looks around, he looks around, he turns and looks to his left, turns and looks to his right, flowers falling, wind blowing, camera zoom in. Yeah. That's it's more like he's just kind of hip shifty at this point. This is the camera zoom in from another shot here. Oh yeah. No, that's great. Freaking storybook right there. So that's awesome. Let's do one where we zoom out as well. Because then I could just I could reverse the footage in one direction and just boom. I don't even have to do the last thing trick. Motion is a volume knob. The AI will do small changes per frame with a low number and a large change with a bigger number. GS is the guidance scale, how much the AI is going to pay attention to your prompt. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so this one is a camera zoom out. Yep, too much movement in the branches and the hair is just a bit odd because her hair becomes the dress and blah blah blah. So let's just leave that one for now. We have a ton of others of these, so yes, that's what I was hoping for. That's what I was hoping for was a little bit of the side of the face because guess what? This is the camera pan left. Okay, yes. So yeah, this is great. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Um, Now it still has that AI feel, right? Of course, right? There's certain elements that shouldn't be as static as they are. But at least I know that I can re-roll this one, and it's way more reliable to me. Um, all right, this is another one from Crystal here. Yeah, it gets more intense when I think we need to kind of show the world more in this one. So I'm actually gonna remix yours, Crystal, and I'm gonna put zoom out, and that we'll see how it takes it from there. Um, this one is the pan left, but rotate clockwise. Yes. Yes, it needs to feel like a freaking fantasy story. And that's what this does because we did the rotate. Look at that. It reveals the world in such like a pretty way. This is probably the shot that I'm gonna keep honestly because of the way that it's moving her versus the trees in the background. It's all from using rotate. His bandana and mask on his face under his hat that's causing problems for Pika. Oh yeah. It's an artifact for sure. It's also true that a lot of times my characters have like glowing white eyes, right? Because I'm trying to like kind of be like almost like a deer in the headlights for a lot of people. Like I want you to feel like you're the deer. Um, and so yeah, she has Lux has 100% some Targaryen vibes going on here for sure. Um, the let's see here. Uh, Next shot, very similar, but the hair is not moving realistically. So this would be my lesser, obviously, of those. And then we have just serene landscape, which I don't even know if I spelled serene correctly, but it doesn't really. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's another shot where it's mostly rigid. So we got a really good one and we got a really interesting one. So we can maybe combine those two. But this is great. Um, let's check out this one. This is yeah. Look at there's like a bee. There's a bee that comes into my and becomes my hand. That's funny. Yeah, there's 100% some wonkiness going on with the bandana. So this shot most likely won't be good as is. We'll have to fix that up. Here's one of the motion ones that I did with the close up. Look at what it did. Yeah, that's not a good one. Before I download it, let me just take a look because we already know we got a great shot of this. Yeah, I do want to download this one just because I want to show you guys what it looks like when you don't give it a lot of commands, but you just increase the motion a little bit. Like this, look, I like the subtleness of the hair movement until it just goes away. Like until it's just this kind of floaty pinky stuff on the corner. It's this is not that great. Yeah, same with the zoom out. The only thing I'll show is I'll just kind of move my back here so you can see. Um, Whenever you include the black bars in your Pika Lab submissions, it's going to it makes the zooming function far less functional. You need to go into Gen Fill and fill that in, or in Paint, a solution for that. All right, let's get some more shots here. I'm gonna mute for about 30 seconds to sip on this smoothie. Now this is an interesting shot, actually. Um, what's interesting about it is the fact that the trees in the foreground are moving so dramatically that I can use that as an asset and basically splice these two into different cuts. So if I wanted a very dynamic shot, especially one that gave me more parallaxing options, then I would just combine some of the previous renders with this one at the top. So yeah, very cool. Here. Next one. It's another one of these, but it's with zoom in this time. Very similar. We have some movement in the trees, but the parallaxing is super interesting to me as the rocks move on the right. We are revealing, this new in-painted area beside the tree as we move in closer to Lux sitting underneath that tree. Like that's awesome. That's gonna look so good when we cut this all together. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, it's good. It's good. All right, so this is the zoom out of sitting underneath the tree. So I would probably reverse this footage, right? When it comes to actually using it. But I'm gonna re-roll that one for now, and then also do one where we set the motion to 4. I know it's like a volume now, but I'm just curious what it does with all these falling petal. Actually, I'm gonna write that. Falling pink leaves. Is there actually you could answer this for me, Lux, if you're here. If you could tell me I forgot the name of these leaves. I know that it's like a famous kind of thing, but and you're probably upset at me for not knowing which one it is. But if anyone wants to write that, I'll use it as the leaf to fall from the trees. But for now, we got this one here. Oh wow. Okay, okay. I like that little movement she does at the end there. That's a very like in the tree. Oh my god, I just noticed the leaves of the trees in the background. Now, a mountain kind of falls into the ocean. But I can clean that up pretty easily. Um this is awesome. This is great. All right, let's keep going here. All right, so this is the one that I changed from crystal with zoom out. Kind of revealing the world a little more, but I 100% agree that this image needs to get tweaked before we really run this one more. There's bees everywhere. It's the it's the bees thing. It's like not the bees, no. All right, let's keep going here. Now this is the other zoom out. Oh wow, her head went 180 degrees and became the exorcist right there. So that's great. We'll move on from that one. This is zoom out with motion 4. Oh wow. Okay. Look at just how much motion 4 added to the parallax element to this. Um, it's unreal. It's to a point that it's completely unrealistic. Like the it's kind of hard for me to indicate. It's right here. Um, this this kind of underhang here would be bending a little bit differently what's underneath it. But I'm gonna re-roll that because that's actually really interesting to me. Maybe we'll get something similar. Um, this one is falling pink leaves. Camera zoom out. Oh yeah. Let's do that one again, but this time we'll write a motion of 4. Just I'm gonna keep pumping this up because I really just want a bunch of pretty stuff there. Hold on, I'll check your message. Cherry blossoms, thank you so much. For some reason I can't chat in Twitch. Okay. Yeah, you're probably better off than Ghost Nipples or whoever said was like, hold on, I gotta make sure I'm not banned on Twitch anymore. I'm like, wait a minute, what kind of crowd am I inviting here? But yeah, anyway. Um, switching back over here. Cool. So I'll make sure to write falling cherry blossoms. Wait, did I lose my place? I hope not. Let's see here. Oh no, did I lose my place? I probably did. That's fine. That's fine. It don't matter. We'll find it again. I don't remember these shots, so I'm gonna this one. Yes, yes, it's the bees. We'll use the bees as a landmark to know where we are. So yes, 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 yes. I just want to confirm where we're at. There we are. There we are. Okay. So I want to remix this one, and I'm gonna hit cherry blossoms, falling leaves, falling. Da, 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 da. All right. Cherry blossoms falling, and then I'll add a motion of 4, just for maxis. And then we'll move on to the next shot here. We lose her headband like entirely. Like her, like the the hair, yeah, the hair tie or band. I don't know what it's called. Sorry, I'm not good at braids. Braids. There you go. It's the braids. We lose that. So let's move on. I love being able to do diagonal camera motions. That's awesome. Um. Oh wow. Okay. So there's a little bit of Zolly effect happening, but it's super warped and distorted. So this is not very useful. I'm gonna have to go through all these later and be like, okay, that's good, that's bad, that's good, that's bad. Because normally I only download the good ones. So okay, so leaning back, or if we were to reverse this footage, it would be leaning forward a little bit. I do kind of like how that leaf moves in the front, but it's all the tree is distorting too. So let's see the next one here. Another falling pink leaves because I hadn't seen the cherry blossoms know yet. It's pretty, but there's no motion in her either. So we'll keep going. Wow. So this one is sparkling water, falling flowers, camera pan upright, motion 0. Okay, okay. I like it. I like it. Let's go to the next one here. This is the cherry blossoms one. Okay, we got some cherry blossoms. And then after this, we have one other set to go through. Okay, so the falling cherry blossoms just kind of made it a little flickery, right? But I'm actually going to now remix that one to go down in motion. So we're going to go to 3, 2, and 1. Why not? We'll just do the full range there. I just clicked on that one because it's just kind of chaos. I'm gonna worry about that one. Cool. All right, so we got a couple more rendering here. It gives me a chance to kind of hop out of here and 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 kind of get to some of the storyboard stuff that we have planned up here. Actually, Lux planned it all. I didn't do anything but click buttons today. So let's see here. So we have the guide from Lux, and essentially what we're going to be looking at here is let me zoom out of here real quick. All right. So with this guide, I will first set up the clips in the exact order that she has. This will most likely just to be for the initial review. Um, when it comes to viewing dailies in an editing bay, an assistant editor usually comes in and catalogs all the shots, gets them all ready for the editor to be able to like mentally compartmentalize everything. Um, essentially, what we're doing here is since we are working literally with the storyboard shots, like we don't have to go out there with a camera and shoot anything. It's way easier. Like the only thing I need to do is just um is just run these in order based on whichever was the prettiest shots that we get, and just see if it tells the story at the pacing that we want. Most likely it won't. Most likely we'll need to do a lot of tweaks here and there. There's going to be a couple shots that we just nix entirely, but that's fine. But we're about here in the story. And in terms of what happens after this, it's largely Victor going into the water. And the key thing from here is anything involving the water is going to be really pretty. It's going to work really well with Pika. So I'm really excited about this next stage. We already had some good stuff with the flowers, and we can keep re-rolling that stuff when we want to. But since we're working with the locked interval rate of 3 seconds per video, that means that it's really easy for us to kind of go like, okay, if I want to take my time with this, I need 3 shots to work. I need 3 shots to blend well so that I get 9 seconds out of it. That kind of logic. Okay, so I'm gonna get this out of the way. Okay, so let's get the next shots. And thank you, Crystal, for rendering while I'm setting up this next stage here. She's getting us a bunch more shots, actually. Awesome. And I'm actually just going to already export the last set of these into here as well. I should have done this a little ahead of time. Honestly, sorry to bore you all with this real quick, but um, the only reason that I didn't do this ahead of time was because Boozlegast became officially the second exquisitive prompt for me. Exquisite prompt, sorry, not exquisitive. Exquisite prompt. I won't show anything from that tonight. If Booglegast, he was here earlier, but um, essentially, like he's the second guy to like challenge me as an anime character, basically in an anime fight. So I had a lot of fun editing that, trying to get some cherry blossoms blowing around and looking realistic-ish. Thank you. Yeah, especially when it comes to the motion control stuff. I don't know if you saw this yet, Crystal, right? But we just got really stupid lucky off of the very first render that I had. Like stupid lucky. Like look at this. Like the way the water and the leaf falls off the knuckle and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's wonderful, right? Yeah, it's wicked actually. Worrisomely wicked. I love it. I love it. It's awesome. Okay, let's move on though. Let's start animating all these new panels here. Um, boop, Pika Labs. Okay. So now I'm just gonna dump all these, and then we'll also scroll through later. Um, and the way that I have to do that is I have to just see if the same file name is saved on my computer because we have multiple entries now. So sweet. So I may not catch every clip on the stream because I don't want to like keep going through the same shots again and again and again and again. But I will download them all because I need to edit them. So we'll go ahead and hit animate on all of these panels here. We'll see if this is too much. I might hit my queue limit here. Let's see. Thank you so much for watching, by the way. I really do appreciate it. It is something that I I really don't get the luxury of even a couple of folks sometimes, and it's just so much more fun to do it when there's people interacting in the chat um and just uh participating. It's great. And I saw you said something. You can always click the red X on the clips you don't want. Yeah. Post when you're streaming. Um, oh yeah, I try to post, but honestly too, the thing I run into when it comes to the social media stuff is that I'm in this really awkward stage right now where if I hotlink too much stuff, I don't know what exact you know limitations I'm running into with certain websites, but I'm definitely getting shadow banned on certain like on Instagram. I don't know what happened with Instagram. Like when I post a video on there, it's like I meant to post when you're streaming. Oh, to super. Yeah, I should probably organize with super collaborators. Yeah, you're right. Um, but I've noticed some weird activity on my accounts and stuff like that, and I think it comes down to me hot linking. I never hot link Reddit stuff, but I really am concerned about kind of reports and flags that are on my account, and it has to do with people who are just like lashing out at an AI user, right? And because of that, because I was expecting that ahead of time, um, I mostly leave it to the assumption that uh, my social media account doesn't really matter that much. It's really more about um, the what do you call it? Yeah, it's more about the fact that you guys are here and you're contributing, and it is much more in line with both Pika Labs and Midjourney to like be streaming on your all's platforms. I mean, you guys are the interested parties. You guys are not not a bunch of angry hate mobbing people online like that's awesome. you know and when Kinky invited me onto the Midjourney groups and stuff like that to be able to start talking to you guys on the stages, um it was such a low point for me, honestly. Like I not really getting any sort of headway with the stuff I was doing, and I feel like a lot of other AI users are in the same space where there's a legitimate ethical argument about our involvement. Yeah, the NJ community is great. They're awesome. A bunch of like-minded folks. But um The thing is that I at least the problem I run into the most is that um my posts that are between like 2 to 3,000 upvotes online, which is great. I'm not at all upset when that happens. In fact, that's my best case scenario. Um, the post that I had that got to 4.1 million views last week, which is the most I've ever had on a single post. Um, that was by far like the angriest that I've seen people at me. It's essentially like, I'm not saying I got too successful or anything. It's too big. Like it is something that I was so appreciative of everyone rushing to Instagram, because they started following me there. And the thing is like, I post a video today and it gets 3 likes. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't make sense to me. But X has been shadow banning just a random for 24 hours now, by the way, with no rhyme or reason. Yeah. I another problem for me is that I'm just so sick of social media. I don't want to mess with it, right? So it's like I am in. I'm actually the best case scenario for somebody who is like I have to train myself to not care about that stuff at all, right? And I enjoy it way better when I do. Okay, cool. So I've got all the shots here. Let's take a look at them. All right. So we got a reflection in the water here. And I'm just gonna re-roll this one, but it's like approaching. We can do like POV from the water or something like that, just to kind of encourage that this is an underwater shot, right? So POV from underwater. He approaches. Oh, no, you know what? Because we're gonna have to go in reverse on this one. Uh, he backs away, and then I'm gonna also re-roll that with a higher motion of 3, just to see what happens. Worm's eye view, hyper focus HDR, looking up through shallow water, backlit zenith. There you go. I think people are shadow watching Victor Gnarly. Yeah, I definitely got a few. I definitely got a few haters. That's for sure. There's a couple people. I got a fake hacker on my Discord yesterday. They were like, "You've been hacked," and their account name it says "you hacked" or whatever, and they made it particularly hard to find them on the member list, right? But they had no permissions. I made sure that all that stuff was cleared, but like I'm definitely getting more attention than I had before, and people don't like that right now. It's a very interesting time to be a relatively popular AI user. Let's see. Right click on the username, copy paste, search the username ID. Yeah. I recognize. It's it it I should have done it that way. You're right. You'll find them. Yeah, and I did. I kicked them and booted every message they had for the last week, which was none. Like they only did that one spammy thing. So, but you know, I don't talk about private conversations with other artists, especially artists that are critical, right? Because that's not fair to them. Um, and when it comes to the private messages that I had coming in, though, they were the most upset at me because I didn't give a clear answer this time. Because there wasn't a clear answer for my last comic. I drew I didn't draw for 26 hours straight, but I worked for 26 hours straight on that comic. And I mean straight as in I did sleep in between it, but I didn't count those hours of sleeping. Like it's come on. It there was so much in painting and then me drawing on top of the in painting to guide the in painting, let alone all the back end work that I do to get my characters repeating inside of prompts. That was completely disrespected in my last video. I mean my last comic. And I'm not surprised. It became a very high profile comic. It's a shame that AI users are so shamed. We are just learning new tools and blending them into our workflows. Yeah, I think it's mostly the fact that I'm invading an artist's forum. Like, and that's a quote that I have read. When most of the artists have had to be clarified that this is a comics forum. It like yes, I actually pander a little bit to the semantics of that we aren't making art, we're generating imagery. And that's an important distinction to make to somebody who's very passionate about this stuff right now, like passionately against AI imagery. That we are at a stage right now where it's so fast and so disruptive that I really don't blame them for, the fear mongering and the demonizing, because there isn't another obvious solution yet. And that obvious solution won't really be obvious until it's too late, as in like until someone else has started reaping all the benefits of it. I just picture someone sitting using Photoshop saying how much they can't stand AI. Meanwhile, they are using background removers and all the other AI features in Photoshop. Yeah, I really do want to address that with a comic someday, where it's just like, oh, I hate using this new thing, and it's like you're actively using it, but just have it not be about AI imagery or Photoshop. You know, and I wouldn't go the Luddite route either. I kind of regret that I taught a bunch of redditors what a Luddite is. Like my very first comic about AI imagery on the subreddit, a good chunk of the conversation is me going like, I just don't want to be a Luddite, and them all asking, so what's a Luddite? And this was a year and a half ago, maybe a year ago. No, more like a year ago. Yeah, it was like a year ago. And I was like, oh god. I looked back at that conversation like 9 months later, and I was like, oh no, I didn't help. I really didn't help by getting a bunch of AI users calling artists Luddites for 9 months. uh I hate robots using room uses a Roomba. Right. um yeah, for sure. I think the kind of you know rebuttal to that is just how slow the Roomba moves versus what AI imagery can do, right? So there might be like kind of a counterpost to that one. But let's check out some of the stuff we got here. This is really pretty because obviously we're getting a shot from underneath the water, and it's just it's like if we were able to dip down, right? Like that's what I want to see. Let's see if we can try to recreate that, but probably won't work. Let's see here. Also, Dem Rebels, thank you so much for following, as well as Crystal. Thank you so much. Um, Echo, they are listening in. Use a smartphone, all the internet apps on it. Yeah. Um, yeah, for sure. Okay, let's do a pan up, camera pan up, breaking the water line, seeing cherry blossom trees. I'm curious if it does anything with that. Okay. I have a feeling Lux is excited about this shot particularly. This is definitely going to Cronenberg out really hard at first. So we'll re-roll this one 2 or 3 times just to give us some chances on this one without doing anything to it. And maybe do a zoom in later. The boots by the water just kind of shifting around a little bit as if it's pretty turbulent. That's cute, but let's lower the motion on that one. Just do motion 0, and we'll do a pan left too. Okay. Now we have Vic above the water behind a branch here. I like that. I like that. It's like almost like a voyeuristic view. Like in action films, this would, or sorry, in like samurai films, this is like, the view of the villain from up top, almost like the Predator. You know what I mean? But in this context, it's much more like voyeuristic, almost like, you shouldn't be there, kind of looking at this moment, kind of thing. Very cool. I will re-roll that though. So this is also like where we dip into the live action stuff a little bit, and I know that if we were going to cut this together, this would be incredibly jarring to see a like a cell shaded kind of anime character, then suddenly realistic hand. So it is cool to see the flowers getting lifted, almost lifted out of the water with that though. So let's move on from that one. This one I feel like we're going to need some direction. Um, let's just say you know we could even say like baptism and stuff like that to kind of like emphasis dipping into the water. But let's remix this one, and then lowering oneself into the water. And there is a very subtle movement. It's just not significant enough to make it worth it to use. Um, and and I'm not going to worry about a zoom on this one. Baptism. Let's go with just baptism. All right. We got another one of these close-ups here. Oh wow. Wow. Okay, this is like straight up CG rendering quality right here. Look at this. I love the way the eye is like just subtly moving along with the wind there. That's so good. All right, we got another one that we're probably going to do a pan on later. Oh no, we should do a zoom on this one, I think. That's actually really nice right off the bat. I like that. Okay. Let's do a zoom in. Yeah, this is a bit of an odd shot because I have no idea how it's going to interpret this one. Oh wow. Yeah, you know, pretty legit on that. I do like it. Um, I will edit this one to give him some pupils though. I think that's what's needed there, and also like I'm very pretty boy in this one. Like she casted a very pretty actor for me on this one, so that's very cool. um, let's check out the next shot here. Okay. Okay. Yes, I do like that a lot. That's a good one. That's a good one. Um yeah, we're gonna re-roll that one. Let's also do a pan left on that so we reveal the trees and we'll reverse it later probably. Maybe not. It's with the water movement. Probably don't want the reverse. I did around 10 of those. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Oh wow, look at that. That's just really serene and pretty. That's great. That's awesome. I am gonna re-roll that one just to see what other effects we get out of it. And then some underwater action with Vic here. Oh wow. 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 Look at the way that the hair and the face is getting partially submerged. Like if I reverse that a little bit, it's like he dunks into the water. That's awesome. So I'm gonna re-roll that. But I'm also, because we're seeing that submerging effect in there, I can actually pan up as well. Yeah, camera, pan up, and then breaking the water line. We'll try that one again. We haven't seen the results of that prompt yet, so. Okay, yeah. We probably want to emphasize a bit of a whirlwind effect, right? So like Um, let's write uh why am I blanking on what that's called? uh whirlpool, thank you so much. Swirling whirlpool. Whirlpool. Yeah. You know what's funny is I thought of Poliwhirl before I thought of Whirlpool. Okay. So, swirling whirlpool. And then I'll also do one with the high motion on there. And a camera zoom in. Why not? Next shot. Oh, look at this. Wow. Yeah, any of these shots that are underwater are just like because the motion is so randomized, right? And the way the light glints around and stuff, it's just believable to our eyes that this would be like that the water would be refracting in such odd ways is just it sells it. It really does a great job making that effect on there. And you could see like the reeds, the seaweed kind of reeds coming up from the bottom. Like we can actually take advantage of that and do like pans and zooms to reveal those in a bit to give us some depth here. So let's try that really quick. So I'm going to say um, camera pan up and then rotate. Um, let's do counterclockwise just to see what effect that does on that. And also let's go pan down as well. Okay. Got another whirlpool prompt, I think, here. This is we haven't written anything. Oh, yeah, yeah. This is another example of where it's gonna have a lot of trouble without direction, knowing that this is not a tube. This is not a tube. It's a series of tubes. We're traveling through a series of tubes. Let's go ahead and just remix that one right off the bat and say that it's like at the bottom of whirlpool. Violent waters. Yeah, and we'll just leave it at that. Swirling, swirling. Okay, and we got this one. You got just I got a plunge. There's way too much locked framing in here. Obviously the foreground just doesn't move like you would imagine water would move. So, um, I'll skip that one for now. Oh, neat. We got a little bit of activity here. We got like a bike and some movement here. So I think that what we want to do for this one, right, is I really want to drop the motion really good on this one and maybe do like a zoom in, right? Excuse me. All right. Oh, that's awesome. Look at that. Yeah, and that's one of Crystal's here where it says worm's eye view, hyperfocus HDRI, looking up through the shallow water backlit by the sun at zenith, camera zoom in, motion one. Yeah, I'm so glad we have a power user here who knows all the like funny words, who knows all the funny words and how to do the funny things with the funny words. So cool. All right, and then we got one with Vic waking up in the pool here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's even like a subtle zoom in too. Like this shot breaks my brain, okay? It breaks my brain because of the way the water is refracting and dancing around, okay? And the fact that he's clearly still sleepy, right? You know, like that there's not a lot of head motion. It's like I just the fact that like this is the most usable shot right off the bat breaks my brain. I'm so happy to see this. Um, you know, and I'll re-roll it just to show you guys. Like I think this is gonna be the shot we end up keeping for that one. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, and this is another one from Crystal here with a similar prompt as before. I like the other one more, I think. Curious what this one does. Yeah, there you go. It's just there's a little bit of wind, a little bit of waking up and stuff like that. But let's actually tell him what to do here. So waking up or pulling himself out, you know, waking up, pulling himself out of the water. We'll just go with that and just see what it does. I'm not even gonna worry about motion controls. This shot's really cool, but I did plan on doing a lot of manual cleanup for it that I didn't get to. But it's cool to see that he's like twitching and moving and stuff. The reason I wanted to do cleanup on it is because there's a little bit on the edge of the pool where his elbow leans that wouldn't really indicate the stuff I mean to. But he kind of looks like Norman Reedus. Have you noticed that kind of like squinty look that he has? It's like Norman Reedus. um, I'll just re-roll that one though. I do love that shot though. That's actually the shot that made Lux and I start doing this kind of thing where she sent me everything. And I say us doing it. She just literally showed me a picture. And I went, "Oh my god! If you did the whole thing, I'll do a stream just like this." Thank you so much for following, Laurel. I really do appreciate that. That's awesome. The let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, I mean it's not 100% usable. I do like the movement though, so I'm gonna just re-roll that. It's again the issue is my white eye like kind of like deer in the headlight sort of faces that I do really confuses Pika. You know, if I had a more straight a more normal anime face, then yes, it probably would work better. Let's take a look here. I like that. That is a neat that's another one of your worm eye views, Crystal. That's cool. This is more of a realistic Vic, giving a soft little goodbye, I think. That's how I interpret this. Um, I'm gonna just re-roll that because it is very good though. It is very good. We are mixing styles pretty hard with this project sometimes, so we'll just kind of pick and choose, but it's most likely going to be that the realistic ones just like we probably will have to um change those if we really do like the angles of them and stuff. But let's look at this one here. That's pretty cool. It just doesn't really make sense what his movement is, you know? So I'll just re-roll that. Another one with the realistic one. Oh, this is from Crystal. It's a pan right. I like it. I like it. His neck gets a little thick at the end there. It's pretty cool though. I'll re-roll that one. Oh yes, yes, yes. This one's one of mine. Yes. Okay. So this is what I wanted. POV from underwater. He backs away. It's the backing away isn't really represented here, but it kind of is from the cameraman's perspective, which is kind of interesting. Like he's backing, it's kind of hard for me to explain, but yeah, this kind of makes sense to me. It's really interesting. I like the wobble, the wibbly wobblies. Let's do a number three here. Motion three. Oh yeah, this one's just a more nonsensical version of the earlier one. Okay. One of them from Crystal. Oh, I like that sunburst at first. It loses it pretty quick, but this is an example of an effect that I would much rather do traditionally. It's cool to see for especially for amateur users. Uh, it's really more for, I know that that's just a, a god ray effect that can easily turn on in After Effects. So I usually don't get as kind of oohed and awed by that, by the solar flare kind of stuff. Uh, nice, nice. I like the chit chatting there. That looks great. Yeah, it's like, and this is very common with Pika's like animations, is that it's not going between the different mouth shapes. It's just flappy lips, right? It's just bop, 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 bop. You don't really get the dynamic voices and faces that you would imagine. Like if it, this is far flung in the future, I think, at this point. But I would love to be able to say like, okay, go from this mouth to this mouth to this mouth, within the 3 to 6 seconds or whatever. Oh god, that would be amazing. Okay, this is my breaking the water cherry blossom trees with a pan up, and that looks really cool because you kind of like reveal the sunlight as, yeah. This is a pretty usable shot. I like this one. This is the one where we re-rolled the hands in the, yeah. I'm not too surprised. It looks a lot better than the last time we did it, but the fingers are still a little chunky. Yeah, and there's just not enough movement in the hand now. Like we have to find a median there. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, this is where Crystal said she did a bunch of the hats. So let's see what these hats look like. All right, not enough movement there. In fact, I'm just gonna kind of play these off camera real quick just to see. Yes, let's look at this one. What's really cool about this one is a leaf gets caught in the hat on the top, and it can't escape the hat because the convex, or like the low, like this. This is what people don't understand when I try to explain to them why this stuff is not photo bashing, because it has an understanding of three-dimensional space in a way that there's no way that this would be a photo bash. Um, I forgot who it was exactly, but someone gave an example of prompting Legos in a bowl of hot soup. Um, if it was just a photo bash, it would be Legos that are floating in liquid, and they prompted it, and the Legos, because they were, it knew they were made out of plastic. The Legos were melting in the soup and becoming like, soft. There's no way, like, that is all inferred. There's no prompt telling them to make the Legos all melty and soupy. The leaf getting caught into the top of the hat there and not being able to escape from the hat, at least in my opinion, this is grain of salt here, is an example of this intelligence in action, where it's not doing a photo bash, it's not just slamming a bunch of random video clip elements together. It is having an inherent understanding of it. So this is awesome. Great to see. Never mind the fact that the models are around 2 GB or so no space for storing any images anywhere, right? Yeah, I'm not too familiar with like the nitty gritty on the coding side of stuff, but and obviously I'm not a dev, but I do, it does kind of fascinate me knowing that almost everything is based off of, like, at least for Midjourney, there's a lot of stuff that's based off of newspapers and fan art, like fandoms, not particularly fan art, but fandoms. So yeah. All right, let's check out some of these other ones here. Eh, skipping that one, skipping that one. That one. Ooh, I kind of like this one only to show what it looks like with a little bit of wind. Look at how it's like flippy flappy. It's like flippy flappy in the hat, so that's cool. There's a little bit of steam on this one, but there's just so little movement otherwise. All right, yes, yes. Okay, look at this. So we do have a subtle movement of the boots getting knocked onto the coast. This is awesome. Like this is great. There is a little bit of floating leaf issues, right? Like floating assets and stuff. So I'm just gonna re-roll that one. We got another one from the voyeur shot here. I do like it. I do like how subtle that movement is. So I don't mind downloading that one. This one's from Crystal, and it's hat falls off head. He moves forward. He shrugs. Motion 3, zoom out. And this is very common that if your action or prompt that you're giving inside of Pika, and this is true for Midjourney too, really, but we're talking about video today. Um, if it changes the depth map of the subject, like taking off the hat, there's a very good chance it won't work, and you have to do some other stuff to it to make it work. So what that stuff is, it's kind of particular to every. Um, okay, cool. We got another reverse shot here. This is kind of interesting here. So this is pure chaos for the most part, but you could see how he kind of lifts himself out of there, right? If I reverse this, it's like he's dipping his hips into the water. So this would be an example of if it wasn't so chaotic, I would probably end up using it to help make it in reverse. My hat's disintegrating into chalk. That's funny. All right, let's take a look at this one. That's my like subtle zoom in one. That looks great. She doesn't move a lot though. That's fine. Oh, this is a good one too. Look at that. A little bit of a twist in the hat. Realistic, somewhat realistic movement on the leaves on the hat, but it's too rigid, right? I would probably combine the two shots if I really, really wanted to include that top of the hat and how crisp this one came out. Yeah. Let me actually play this first. This one is really good too because it has a pan right. Look at that. The most impressive thing to note here is the branch, actually. Look at the branch and the way that it parallaxes and reveals things behind the branch as it moves. Like this is where Pika always breaks my brain is just the little bits of in painting it does to fill in the parallax, right? So yeah, very cool. This was the reroll of one of the whirlpools here. Nothing. Yeah. This is one I would reverse. Look at the way that the bubbles and I mean the lights reflecting on that. Like it's totally reversible footage, and it would be like slight dip. So that's cool. I'm gonna skip that one. That whirlpool one's just all wobbly. Oh, I think Lex is gonna like this one. Look at that. Wow. Like We could totally make like a like that's a transitional frame from like a very violent whirlpool, right? So that's really cool. I'm gonna re-roll that one. I'm gonna only pick this one up because only the thumb moves in it, and it's kind of funny. But yeah, okay. This is one of the ones I was like saying that if we did a rotate and a camera at the same time, we tend to get some really cool perspective shifts that look really realistic, especially underwater. So look at that. I can kind of imagine that this is the whirlpool, like you're seeing the side of the whirlpool getting constructed in that white voided area there. That's probably how I'll use this shot is just to make the like almost like lightning underwater, right? Where it's like a bunch of violence that's on the bottom that starts the whirlpool and then it builds up and moves up into the shot. So that's really cool. Love, love, love that. See how the next one is. This was the panning in the opposite direction. So you can see that the leaf it's so much more focused on the leaves there. So I'll probably not use this one or it's the start of the other one in reverse. It's just there's a lot more movement throughout the entire frame. Okay. Let me actually see if this is worth it first. Nah. This one's just blurry. There we go. Yep. This works. Falling, arms flailing, swimming, spinning around, drowning, camera zoom in from Crystal here. Look at this. Look at that. Get I'm going in. And we can kind of see why the zooms can sometimes be better because we have a little bit of a wide angle distortion that's actually happening in this. And you guys probably don't see it. I'm going to be honest about this. I don't think most of y'all will see what's happening here. But the trucks are getting a little bit stretched farther away. Like the trailers are getting stretched farther away as we zoom in, which is representing or trying to simulate a a bit of a Zolly effect from zooming in while moving forward or closer to where the actor is supposed to be. And frankly, I don't know really where Vic is supposed to be inside of this picture. So we'll probably add him later. Um, but let's take a look at our reroll here. The water is a lot less violent in this one. I do like this one. I think I even like it more. So that's great. This is the one where I said he was waking him, where he's waking up. That's very cool. So we can like combine those two now. So this is kind of funny to me because it's like, like when you kind of get up and you kind of your teeth taste bad because like you've been sleeping for a long time. Like that's where I'm like, oh god, waking the hell up. Yeah, that's what I sense here. I would probably Photoshop his face to be a little bit different than this, just so that the talking is a little bit more interesting. That one, nothing happens. All right, we got a good one here. This is actually a really good one. Look at this. The eyes didn't actually break this head yet. This head at all. It just looks over and, yeah, that's great. Lux's direction here probably tells us what to do with this scene. So let's take a look at that. Where is Oh, gotta open that back up probably. Yeah, I'll get to Lux's breakdown here in a bit. I just closed it by accident, so we still got plenty of footage to dig into. Oh wow, I love the head pickup. That looks great. Look at the head movement there. That's awesome. Like, see you later. Later, Gator. Later, Gator is a phrase I use a lot in my comics. So, um, let's see here. I do like the subtlety of the camera and the clothing shifting in the wind. That actually super subtle, but it's really nice. All right, we got another one with the boots hitting the water here. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, this is probably one of those keepers. It looks super good. It almost looks like a bubbling spring. I don't know when you said that, but I would definitely insert bubbling spring. That's a good one. This one's too blurry. Let's look at this one. This is actually kind of a perfect transition. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be able I'm gonna have a lot of fun cutting this footage together. This is awesome. All right, we've finally caught up. So I've been talking straight for uh close to 4 hours here, and I want to keep streaming. Okay, so please don't go anywhere. I see there's 10 people here. I would love for you to tell me what to prompt next because we've gone through all of Princess Lux's footage that she has given me, or we've created footage for her project all the way through. But now I'm gonna play a little bit of music. But if you guys have anything that you want to prompt or you want to explore, or maybe you have your own images and stuff, just go to my Discord. You can go to victorgnarly.com, click the top right corner. There's the Discord button. I'll have my text chat open on there, and you guys can tell me. You can share pictures there, just to if you want me to video prompt anything, or whatever. I'm down to explore, but I'm just gonna take a minute or two to let my to get another drink in me. I gotta run downstairs to do that. Um, and then we'll dig into it. Can't find your Discord here. Let me get a link for it here. There you go. That should be a working invite link. But I will be back in a couple minutes. Adventureland! Yay! Adventures. Okay. All right. So, we got a couple of chattiness here. And so we got a message from Princess. I love so many of the videos you were making today on the stream. The floating hat underwater cherry blossoms. Oh yeah, I know. They look so good, right? Here, let me flip myself back over here. In fact, I think I can emphasize the chat a little bit easier that way. Yeah, here we go. And then we got a prompt to play with here from Crystal as well. And let's see. And then Ghost Nipple said I'm still working on panel and creating comics. Okay, yeah, it's just saying that I'm streaming still. Cool. Thank you. Um let's uh let's grab these prompts here and just kind of run these. So we got two cars in the snow, and then we got this weird like monster dude, toilet paper monster thing. We're just gonna play around with this for a minute just to see what we get. And there's a lot of One Piece prompting here. Um and yeah, we're caught up, I think, basically. Yeah. Okay. So let's just run these three in because we got them requested. We got one here. I'm just gonna run that as is. And then um, run this car in the snow and this other car in the snow, but this one I'm going to add, we'll just see what it does. And then see, I got a message here in the super collaborators. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Jesse. Thank you. It looks amazing. Next time, maybe we can organize a live stream focused on animating 2D illustrations together. I would love to do that. That would be great. Um, Especially like the anime stuff is like I do a lot of After Effects work after it, right? So like when it comes to like my mid journey stuff, I'm trying to like be very I have a curriculum that I've set up ahead of time. It's not nearly as loosey goosey as the Pika streams, but I personally like the idea of trying to do an entire like anime series, but I think that when it comes to the more Western animations, it gets really wild because there's so much off model-y anatomical wackiness that happens with minimalist characters. And frankly, I mean, this is the thing that I considered the much bigger hurdle to for AI to do because there's so much intent that is in cartooning, right? Like the way it's not just oh my character has a deadpan face. It's the fact that like your character is emoting in a way that the audience more easily understands because of its minimalism, not because of its detail or complexity. So especially when I'm trying to do like mid journey faces and stuff, I'm noticing that limitation too. Cool, awesome. All right, so let's see what the video renders here look like. You're gonna hear my cat screaming. She's being real loud about it right now. But let's pop over to the watermark zone and take a look at what we got here. So you can see here that it's definitely stuck in the snow. It ain't moving anywhere, so we can make it move. Let's do like a high speed uh race through the snow. Car race. Let's just see if it does enough stuff with that, and we'll let it ride. Um, so this is great. This is actually a very moody shot. This is what I would imagine. And by the way, both of these are suggestions from which user? Let me make sure I get your name represented here. Yeah, when it sees motion blur, it assumes yeah. Put motion blur in Photoshop. Yeah. Definitely edit. If you edit your images to evoke the motions and movements. I'll talk about that here in just a second with Photoshop Beta 2. But what I do like about this shot here is that it kind of reminds me of like one of those like vibe radio channels, right? Like on YouTube where it's just like sit and chill, like in the snow. um, and let's get this last one here. This is the weird eyeball one. All right, let's force some activity in this one. Blinking, eyes darting, left to right, intense stare, and then a motion of 3. Let's just do that. And then when we added a motion of 4, oh sorry, we said high speed car chase through the snow, M4. Um, not surprised the background won't move on this one. But look at that. Look, he's stuck in the snow. He can't get out. That's funny. Look at that. Look at that. It's just yeah. No, I'm digging that one. That's great. These all come from a recommendation by a new user. Thank you for joining the Discord. I really appreciate that. Be sure to respect the channels too. Like if it says that it's for a specific purpose, like the Sage comics or the Twitch comics or anything like that, please try to keep the posts inside of like prompt requests or text chat if they are just, wanting to get something done or whatever. But these come from, let's see, a user by the name of Mito. Mito. Mito Doctor, Mito DR, or Mito Drive. I don't know which one. Um, Thanks for joining the Discord. I really do appreciate you, joining and whatnot. But he is the one that recommended the car in the snow, so this is great. I like that stuck car. Um, and now we have the blinking, darting left to right vision kind of thing. And I mean, I'm not surprised that it's just not understanding anything when it comes to the anatomy of this. I was honestly really worried that we were going to get into not necessarily not safe for work territory, but that there's a lot of unfortunate shapes that could have been made out of this. It's great. The worst Pika lab that I had ever had rendered literally looked like a pimple that was being popped. It was the grossest thing that I had ever like accidentally generated. uh yeah, almost like medical gore. Like, and you're gonna zoom in now? Yes, please zoom in to the creepy eyeball thing. We'll see that one. But the what I want you guys to do now is I want to show you guys something actually, um which is something on my Instagram here. So what's the best way for me to show? Oh, that's right, I have to actually reopen a browser window here. Instagram, there we go. So on my Instagram, when I made my Sage comic here that blew up and got freaking 4.1 million views, I could not believe how popular this comic was. Um, there's actually two mistakes. I'm gonna first note the mistakes because I show the corrections later. First, she shouldn't be having a short sleeve here. That was the first mistake. The second glaring mistake was actually on the last page. Is the television here? It is turned the wrong direction. Actually, I was very embarrassed by this because I had a whole idea for this wood grain siding here, and I got so excited about this whole comic coming out that I completely blanked it in my head. It got removed from my to do list in my head, and I really need to start writing stuff down. The last one, which I didn't end up correcting, is Michael's continuity of his jacket kind of switches colors. It goes a little too bright, a little too dark, that kind of thing. That's the three major errors on my part in terms of this comic. But I mean, the reception of it was so big. I was so appreciative of that. But I wanted to show those corrections first. So you could see that I just in painted a new elbow and said long sleeve, whatever, and it did a great job filling that in. I had very little manual cleanup there. And then on the bottom here with the television on the side, like it's so clean. Not noticeable errors to me since I have no idea what you intended. Got it. Got it. Yeah, the when it comes to me kind of reviewing these comics really quick for you, I mostly just want to show that it's actually an opportunity for me to come in and make corrections that improve the story, right? Because if someone's missing something like that, then it tells me something that I wasn't expecting before, which is like I needed to put the rabbit ears here to represent the early 90s. You know what I mean? Like just a little bit that evokes more of the time period, and it's there. It's better represented now, and it's now better on my website because of the handful of negative comments that I got. Um, yeah. There should have been a lava lamp on our table. Here's the thing. Let me tell you a little bit about Sage, okay? There's another comic of hers, where we reveal her real name. The thing is that she has a problem with not hippies necessarily. She just has a problem with particularly anything that kind of reminds her of that sort of like late 60s 70s era. And I think lava lamps would be like something that would be a no for her in terms of what's allowed in her apartment. You know what I mean? Just because she's a workaholic. Like she's somebody who is obsessed with performance and doing well and stuff. So I definitely see her being someone who would be like, less excited about buying a lava lamp over like a more chic looking thing. But you have to remember this. I have to remember 90s chic. you know. Okay. So the thing is about this is I'm gonna play a video for you guys really quick, and then that's probably how I'm gonna end the stream for now. The editing of this footage is gonna be a lot more labor intensive for me mentally, and it's hard for me to talk while editing, and not to mention it's kind of migraine fuel for everybody else because it's just in there, like whenever there's any audio, it's gonna sound awful for you guys. So take a look at my regen of your eye thing. Okay, yeah, I'll do that right now. And then I'll play that video. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Okay. Let's download this really quick. I'm just gonna spell out the codes here really quick. It is the eye stares, the eye closes, the eye moves from left to right. Camera zoom in, motion 4, GS18. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah. Let me get rid of whatever. Why is this here? Look at this. Look at this. Um, for some reason, like I could see the flying spaghetti monster being like a really funny prompt for you guys. If Jesse's seeing this, I'm just gonna tell you this right now. I know you probably don't want to alienate people by, but if you did like a holy war like one where it's all just the different gods and stuff like that. I think it would be really funny to do like the flying spaghetti monster as a subject because you could do just weird shit like this, um, and it would work really well. I love this. Thank you for that, Crystal. That's hilarious. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna swap back over here, and I'm just gonna play this video for you guys really quick, and then I'll close out the stream. Thank you so much for watching, and just being a boss. Like honestly, all this interaction was so cool to see and participate in. So, and I know Lux loved it too. So awesome. Well, here you all go. Generated content on demand and a lucid dream. Maybe I've had too much weeds. Okay, there's not much, honestly. It's over personifying it 100%. Like, if we the problem with over personifying AI imagery, right? Particularly just anything with AI actually is that it diminishes the more than valid argument of how fast it's able to do, otherwise time consuming processes like drawing, right? So, because it's able to do that so quickly, I don't want to diminish that at all by talking about this. But the thing is that lucid dreaming, right, and AI imagery, they're only similar in the sense that we're simulating the neurotic effect or the neurons within a brain, right? So like a sleeping brain would be like amping up the chaos mode, I guess, in your codes and stuff. When you're giving it direction, it's more lucid, right? But at the same time, what that does is it takes away the actual utility from this, right? Like I can't tell my brain, even if I was a lucid dreamer, I can't be like, okay, now I want to watch that as a black and white film. Let's do that again. Like, like that's something you can't do, right? So, but it can do it like perfectly. It could literally take the exact same, you know, core data that was used to create that imagery and then recontextualize it. That makes a lot of sense. Holodeck isn't exactly an alternative reality. As you said, it's a goddamn hologram. If you think about like intellectual property in relation to what a holodeck would actually mean, right? It's kind of like how 3D printers are sold to the public as opposed to what they really are, right? Like a 3D printer is a hot glue gun with motors attached to it, right? It can make you a thing, but if you think it's going to perform the same as your like industry grade plastic produced, mass marketed thing, it's not. But I will say, like, the idea of a replicator would be insanely disruptive to the economy, right? It would literally be world changing in terms of what the implications of an actual replicator would be. So when you talk about like a holodeck, right? Think about the implications of what that means for the entire entertainment industry. Think about like just any sort of promotional or graphics work or tourism. Imagine how much hit tourism would be just from that. Like there's so many things that if we talk about the abrupt speed of it, that's really what is problematic right now, as opposed to like what the technology is actually capable of doing. Cutting edge in all of this is the porn industry. It always is. My first comic literally ends with showing the redditor the way to escape the the hell of capitalist propaganda is to go through the Rule 34 door. That is literally the ending plot of episode 1 for my series. Cutting edge and all this is porn industry. Sorry for raising the subject, but it's always been at the forefront of digital media. But let's not go there. Oh no, like I said, I'm happy to go there. I mean, like we won't actually go there. I'm not gonna get myself freaking banned from Twitch, but I'll say this. Um, the Sergeant Baconburger on here. I'll just turn off the music for a second. Sergeant Baconburger on Reddit did a comic that I'm gonna have to just pull up for you guys really quick. Here's her comic. It's this new printer file is a pain. It needs things done in such a specific manner. You press the green button twice, gray once, green thrice more. Next, open and close the paper tray an even number of times. Lastly, appease it with an appropriate dance for the file type. And then she's like doing a little jig, and it says very small text in there. It says ha cha cha cha. Like I laughed so hard at the ha cha cha. But then it's like, oh, you printing a PDF, and then yep, and then they're just both dancing. Like honestly, just this little jig that she has to do right here. I could imagine just making like a quick little spin gif of just. I like her comics a lot. Sergeant Baconburger is great. So yeah, definitely do make sure you do your PDF dances for your photocopiers. And what's really funny is that I only muted the audio and I can turn it on now. And I know that it's going to be saying our house. There you go. Okay. All right, cool. All right, all right, all right. Well, thank you guys for watching that. I really do appreciate you watching the stream too. And if you're catching this on the VOD and stuff like that, feel free to follow. And I stream on Midjourney every Friday. I teach character continuity as well as we just kind of honestly, we make a lot of random things on that Mid-Journey sometimes. We did like a monster mash on Friday the 13th. That was a lot of fun too. All of it's going to be on my YouTube. Most of it is already, but you can check all that stuff out by going to victorgnarly.com. Thank you so much, guys. I really enjoyed the stream today and the chats. And the final video of everything that we did will be available soon. I don't think it'll take that long to cut together. So thank you guys. You have a good one. Good night.